members of the committee, Te Tatau and Rural and Lakes. So welcome, good morning, and welcome to our Strategy, Policy and Finance Committee meeting. This is our hearings for the review, Your Choice, the Representation Review 2022, today, the 19th of October 2021. So know my welcome to the meeting. Our hearing is being live streamed, so to those who are watching from afar, I'd like to have you join our meeting this morning too. So councillors, committee members, can you please just turn off your phones? Yes, we will take a break. I'll have a quick check to make sure mine's off. We will take a break. Thank you, that's off. So that we can clear urgent messages. So to that effect, we'll have morning tea, hopefully around 10:45, lunch at 1 o'clock and afternoon tea at 3 o'clock. As you know, that we're in for a big day, so we'll try and move along smoothly and keep that timetable if we can. Excuse me. So could I please have our opening karakia? And thank you, Councillor Yates.
Nō reira kia hihiri tātou, tūtawa mai I runga, tūtawa mai I raro, tūtawa mai I roto, tūtawa mai I waho, kia tau wai te mauri tū, te mauri ora ki te katoa, haumi e, hui e, taiki e.
Taike. Thank you, Councillor Yates. Any apologies, please? I do have one apology from Mr. Berryman Kemp, our Te Tatau o Te Arawa representative. He's unfortunately not able to be with us today. No other apologies. So may I have a mover and a seconder, please, that we accept the apology from Mr. Berryman Camp. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you. Carried. Any declarations of interest, please? Thank you. I just want to see that I note here where we have two submissions today from and on behalf of the Rotorua District residents and ratepayers, and also on behalf of Te Tatau o Te Arawa. Now we do have two members, Councillor McPherson sitting at the table, and also Mr. Bersini Tule, who are sitting at our table today hearing the submissions. Happy for you to sit at the table, but I do say that there is a conflict there, so I won't be accepting any questions from you to ask of any other submitters. As you will be aware, that is not an opportunity given to any other submitters, so in this case I will not be taking questions from both those people. Thank you. Staff reports, please. Sorry, we do have, just a brief one. The Your Choice 2022 Representation Review, the submission hearing. Could I please ask for a mover and a seconder that we accept that report? Mr. Thomas, thank you. Mr. Thomas, thank you. Councillor Kaifong. It has been moved and seconded that Your Choice 2022 Representation Review submission hearing be received. Moved and seconded. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you. Carried. Thank you. I think we've got that, so I'm going to move straight into our hearings. Una, thank you very much. And as I said, councillors, we've got a long day ahead of us, so we'll try to keep to our timetable. Thank you. Our first submitter, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and elected members. I'd like to introduce our first submitters today, Councillor Kevin Winters and Yvonne Tatton on behalf of the Bay Plenty Regional Council. Thank you. Thank you
very much. When you introduce our submitters, can you please hold your microphone up high so that those watching from afar also.
Thank you.
So thank you. Good morning, Councillor Winters. Nice to have you back here in chambers with us. Good morning, and good morning to your. Thank you.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors, Mayor, CEO, staff. As was mentioned, Councillor Kevin Winters from Bay Plenty Regional Council. Yvonne Tatton is our Governance Manager from Bay Plenty Regional Council. And I've got apologies from Lyle Thurston, Councillor Lyle Thurston and Te Arawa this morning as well. We're spread on the ground thinly today, Madam Chair, so please accept those apologies. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to this very wide audience. It's hard to address you all at the same time, to look you all in the eyeball, but so I'll try and do my best to scan around. Our submission taken as read, Madam Chair, but I just want to introduce some points through our submission. I want to give you the background from Bay of Plenty Regional Council's perspective of having Māori wards since 2004. It was a watershed moment at the time, probably the first council in the country to introduce Māori wards, and in that time we've had exceptional representation from iwi into our council to help make good governance decisions. We don't always get it right in terms of consultation with iwi across the Bay of Plenty, but in terms of having 3 dedicated councillors really improves the scanning of consultation to Bay of Plenty Regional Council. As I said, don't quite get it right, but we're on a really good track to make sure the 250 odd hapu that we have across the Bay of Plenty are well represented. It's a big number, and we've found it very, very worthwhile in terms of having the 3 dedicated Māori wards. We're going to disagree with your model that you've proposed today. We think there should be 3 candidates elected at large. That gives the true representation of tangata whenua in the Rotorua area. So we think that 2 seats should be 3. You'll note that this is the same as the Tatau board, calling for that as well. And another point I want to make is I want you to keep this representation review in the KISS principle. Keep it simple. Having a large number in wards, your job is to make it really easy for voters to understand the system, the democracy that you're setting up, and to encourage people to vote. In the last few years, people voting in local government has fallen away, sort of 40 to 50%. Your job to make sure you have the right representation review to encourage people, they understand the system, and you encourage them to vote. Keep it simple. That's all I want to say, Madam Chair. I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr Winters. Councillors, are there any questions? Oh, Your Worship.
Morena, and you deserve a question, Councillor Winters, and thank you for coming.
Just confer with my colleague first.
Just your principle of keeping it simple, do you think it's the voting papers that actually help? Because we here with the wards that you have on Regional Council, many don't know which boundary they sit in, but when the voting paper arrives, it makes it very clear that they're in the Waiariki electorate or ward, and that's overcomes that concern you have about simplicity.
Yeah, I mean, when the ballot paper arrives, yes, there won't be DHB this time.
No.
There'll be regional council, district council and ward system community boards. So yeah, you have to keep it really clear to the voting public who's in, who's out. And so yes, have it very well demarcated, please.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Look, yes, but
sorry.
No, I'm going to ask the other.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Kevin, for a very good submission and straight to the point. And can you help? There's one area that you haven't possibly made a decision on, and one you could help us is you said by reducing the number of representatives elected from the general ward or the at-large ward. Help us, which one would you prefer?
Oh, we didn't want to get involved in that debate, Trevor. We just wanted to share our experience with you in terms of having dedicated Māori wards and the right number that we think is correct for this community. We didn't want to go down that line of having the at-large because we just wanted to share our experience with you.
No, good submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. Thank you for your submission and also coming to present.
Hi, Tony.
The first question, the first question I had was around a comment that you made about the importance of encouraging people to vote, and I thank you for that because that is really important. They're shockingly low rates, as you've mentioned. So my question is, when the Bay of Plenty Regional Council shifted to the Māori seats, did you see or notice any increase in participation from voters that way? And then I'll let you maybe answer that, and then I just have a quick second question.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I think that, yes, we suddenly had an uptake of Māori voting for the first time when they had, when those on the Māori electoral roll suddenly had an opportunity to vote specifically for Māori representatives, so there was an increase. And we have quite a good percentage of, well, similar to those on the general roll, of Māori voting from the Māori roll.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, welcome, Kevin and Evelyn. Two words in your submission that I'd like to focus on are equity among the voting members of our community near the start of the submission, and also your belief this will result in fairer representation. So without drawing a hard line on, as you've said before, on the seats in general or the seats in at large outside of the Māori ward, you believe that overall what you're proposing does suggest fairness and equity in a model?
Yes, we believe it does. And some of the best companies in New Zealand, the diversity within that boardroom is key to good decision making. Some of the best boards you see, diverse views, bringing it together, that's good governance.
Councillor Yates.
Kia ora, and through you, Madam Chair, tēnā korua, nei rā te mihi ki a koe, Kevin. Look, I really do appreciate your paper, and I also appreciate Councillor Donaldson's questions to you as well, because it is around equity that I asked this question. We are currently a diverse council, and we already have 4 mana whenua Māori sitting at our council. And I just wanted to ask the question, because obviously council have deliberated the model that we've proposed, which we felt by giving our Māori role the opportunity to vote for at least 6 within the at-large and the Māori option, that was being more fair, effective and equitable. So I just want to challenge a little bit around the 2 seats, dedicated seats, versus the 3 seats that we're proposing here.
I'm not sure if you want me to get into a debate, Madam Chair. I'm happy to ask some questions, but this is a debate that you guys have to have. Yeah. We're just giving you our view today. Sorry, Lucia. You have to bring all the views together and formulate the plan going forward. We're just giving you our view.
And if I could just add to that, we are getting very strong signals through Future for Local Government on starting to really look at different models that share decision making with Māori. And you have an opportunity here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Look, thank you for your presentation this morning, and thank you for the points.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillors, as you know, each submitter only has 10 minutes. So we've looked at this. You would have looked at their submissions. So can I just ask that you, if you have a question, think about it, put it succinctly so that other councillors can get an opportunity to ask a question too. I'm only going to take one question per councillor, unless there are no other councillors that want to pose a question. But I'd like to be fair and give every councillor an opportunity to ask a question if they want to do so. Thank you. No, councillor, you arrived late and you really should give your full attention to the matters at hand. Thank you. We will be taking a break for calls so we can clear our... what time are we doing that? About 10:45.
Our next submitter...
Thank you. Could you hold your microphone up, please? Don't forget, we are streaming live. Thank you.
Our next submitter is Dennis Caves on behalf of Rotorua District residents and ratepayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Caves.
Excuse me, can we just ask you to, if you're going to remain standing, keep your mic nice and close.
Remain standing, did you say?
No, if you're going to remain.
Right.
You're most welcome to sit, Mr. Caves.
Thank you. Well, I'm Dennis Caves, delegated by the Residents and Ratepayers Association to deliver their submission. And I joined the Ratepayers following my relocation from Hawke's Bay, where I served 21 years as an elected local government representative. Rotorua District residents and ratepayers, thank you for this opportunity to convey our submission via your choice. I understand you all have a copy, but I'll address only some highlights. RDRR is an interest group that speaks for residents and ratepayers in the local government of Rotorua. The executive meet monthly and the membership general meetings are held quarterly. This submission was initially compiled from feedback solicited and subsequently refined by email and by comments on the RDR Facebook. Therefore, it represents the views of our 1,125 current members and associates and opinions of many thousands of Facebook followers. RDRR have also formed alliances with several Rotorua District rural sectors and farming interest groups, each of whom have similar aspirations and sympathies. We stress we oppose the Council's proposed representation arrangements for the next local election. That is option 3 on 4 main grounds. 1, option 3 is not democratic because it is not based on one person, one vote, one power or equal representation from actual electoral populations of real people. 2, option 3 is not democratic because it uses a fictional ward with at-large seats to double the voting power of those on the Maori roll by adding only 14% to the voting power of those on the general roll. 3, option 3 violates the same rights and responsibilities of citizenship guaranteed to all of the ordinary people by Hu Kāwharu's translation of Article 3 of the Treaty of Waitangi. And 4, option 3 breaches the principle of equal suffrage guaranteed by New Zealand's Bill of Rights. It is technically an attempted gerrymander because it proposes to manipulate representation structures to advantage a select electoral population. RDR members urge Council to default to option 1 because it is simple, straightforward, and obviously democratic. It would honour the same democratic rights of all real citizens listed in the Maori and general wards.
Democratic rights guaranteed by Section 12 of the New Zealand Bill of Rights include equal suffrage, definable as one person, one vote, one value. Each person is promised the right to vote, and that each vote will cast will have the same voting power or value. So option 1, representation structure, is regarded as democratic and fair. Te Tatau or Te Arawa was preferred option 2. Te Tatau prefers option 2, which at its heart offers a Maori ward with 3 seats because it would reflect the size of the Maori electoral population. That is democratic and a preference, and it should be honoured. However, Te Tatau also supports 1 seat being taken from the general ward and converted into an at-large seat that everyone on the Maori and general rolls can vote for. Those on the general roll would stay with having 7 votes, while those on the Maori roll would advance from having 3 to having 4 votes, an increase of 33 1/3% in voting power. This would undermine equal suffrage and create an undemocratic advantage. Option 2 is unacceptable to RDR members. Option 3 is the initial, current and sole preference of 7-4 majority of you elected members of council. It has been widely promoted under the guise of consultations to boost support. RDR is dismayed by the explicit degree of predetermination and the politicalisation of officials involved. Option 3 was created by taking 1 seat from the Maori ward and 3 seats from the general ward to create 4 at-large seats that everyone on the Maori and general rolls can vote for. It is a contrived equivalent to a ward. The purpose of manufacturing the at-large ward is most evident in the measurable differences to voting power that will accrue to the real voters on the Maori and general wards. Compared to option 1, those on the general roll would advance from having 7 votes to 8, an increase of 14% in voting power. Those on the Maori roll would advance from having 3 votes to having 6 votes, doubling their voting power, and this would undermine equal suffrage. Option 3 is even less democratic than option 2 and is even less acceptable. The most serious problems with gerrymandering are that it corrupts democratic processes and further alienates voters. The more complex the options, the more cynical and alienated voters will become. An even lower turnout will favour populist politics intended to divide the electoral population to reinforce factional power bases. Another problem with gerrymandering is that marginalised groups will continue to be ignored, further undermining the legitimacy of local government. One example, highlighted by recent demonstrations, is that farmers do not have representation on council. They regard the Rural Community Board as largely controlled and struggle to have their voices heard. So in summary, RDRR is the legitimate voice of a significant number of residents and ratepayers, and to disregard the consensus of this large group of voters, be it at your peril in the future. Members use democratic values such as equal suffrage and founding values embedded in the treaty to reject options 2 and 3. It appears that option 3 was predetermined. This possibility was reinforced when it became the sole option actively promoted by officials under the pretence of being public consultations. Option 2 and 3 are similarly objectionable because they use complicated gerrymander to propose increasing the voting power of those on the Maori roll. Residents and ratepayers ask all elected members to default to option 1. RDRR would be dismayed if further scarce public resources were used to defend Council's final decision if it violates democratic and treaty principles. Finally, given the degree of disquiet at Council indicated by the 7-4 votes, there is considerable potential damage to Council's credibility if the final resolution does not attract a stronger consensus reflecting the voice of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Caves. I have one, well, I'll take one councillor's question. Thank you. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'm hearing loudly and clearly from your submission that equal suffrage, fair representation and acknowledging the Treaty of Waitangi is very important. Thank you for sharing your views. And so my question to you is, would it not be reasonable, therefore, to ensure that anyone on the Māori roll under the proposal that your organisation is putting forward, would it not be reasonable that reducing them to only 3 votes would actually be backwards, and to ensure the equal suffrage, fair representation and acknowledgement of the treaty that you've mentioned very clearly and well in your submission and in your speech today would actually be the Council's proposed model of ensuring 4 elected members at large as well, which therefore will ensure the most fair representation and ability for voters when they come to the election time.
With respect, Councillor, you have the full copy of the submission. I'm not prepared to give a personal view. I'm here to represent a consensus view of 1,125 members. So I think you'll find that all the detail in our submission is there, backed up with justifications. So I'm only presenting a consensus view of a large group of residents and ratepayers, rather than giving you a personal opinion.
Yes.
My apologies, my question was to the submission from the organisation. I wasn't requesting a personal view, but I accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Caves, for presenting this morning. Thank you. Thank you.
Our next submitter is Mr. Keith Garrett. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you repeat that?
Sorry,
again?
our next submitter is Mr. Keith Garrett.
Thank you.
So, councillors, that's page 23.
Good morning, Mr. Garrett. Welcome.
Excuse me. I just biked in on, but good morning, Madam Chair and councillors. Thanks for this opportunity. I was actually scheduled to be on in about another hour, and I got here early and I've been press ganged. I should say straight off that this is entirely my personal submission. It's not on behalf of anyone else. I haven't been influenced by anyone else. I looked at the council's proposal. I've looked at the Local Electoral Act, which I suspect a lot of submitters have not done, and I participated in one of the webinars. My first reaction when I saw the council's proposal was that it would be overly complex, while maybe not achieving a lot. It seemed to me that it had the potential to confuse voters and confuse potential candidates. And I also wondered, when compared with option 1, it gave Maori voters only 2 directly elected seats as against 3. However, when I thought about it further and did a bit more research, I've come to the conclusion that the council's proposal is the best. And I hesitate to try to speak for Maori, but a strong influence on my thinking was that the requirement that the Maori voters currently on the Maori roll will be required to vote in that ward at these local body elections. Now, what it seems to me that I imagine that many voters, Maori voters, would have elected to go on the Maori electoral roll for the purposes of the parliamentary elections, and where they would get a guaranteed vote for constituent and a guaranteed party vote. In other words, an at-large vote. Now they come to this local body election, they are obliged, as I understand it, to only vote in the Maori ward. And my thinking might be a little different if Maori ward voters had the option to make the choice in terms of the local body election. But in effect, as I understand it, they're saddled with the decision they've made in the past. So I see the council's preferred option as at least partly addressing the anomaly of not having the equivalent of a party vote. I believe the proposal also addresses the principle of equal suffrage. I won't go into that, it's already been discussed. But to try to ensure that I had a balanced view, I had a look at some of the arguments being put forward on social media. And when I distill it from all the verbiage, the key arguments seem to be as follows: that your proposal violates the one person, one vote principle. I think this is overly simplistic because the very nature of the local body election is that everyone has multiple votes. Under the various options, they have different numbers of votes, but either in the existing at-large system or any of the proposals being put forward, people have multiple votes, so you cannot literally apply the one person, one vote. And so I think the term equality of suffrage is a much more realistic way to consider it. The claim on social media that the at-large seats are fake or invented by this council. So I took the trouble to delve into the Local Electoral Act, and I find that Schedule 1A is quite clear that when dealing with Maori wards, councils have two options. One is the straight split on Maori wards, the other is to create an at-large component and redistribute the ward votes. As I see it, council has chosen the second option available to it, which is the at-large one. It is just one of two options. So to suggest that the at-large component is somehow fake or invented is completely wrong. It's just one of the legal options available to the council under the Local Electoral Act. This concept, which takes a bit of getting the head around it, somehow it's boosting voting power of certain groups by moving votes between the options. And specifically, we heard at just the previous submission, moving votes from the 3-7 split into at-large. But that assumes that the 3-7 option exists. It doesn't. It's not the option chosen by council. Until council or someone chose it, it doesn't even exist. So to suggest that, and I mean, I've not used the word gerrymandering in my written submission, but it's been bandied around already today, to suggest that somehow you can take the 3-7 split and move to the others, that's not right, because the 3-7 one does not exist. So fine to debate the merits of the options, but to suggest that it's somehow manipulated or gerrymandering by shifting votes around from one option to the other, I just find ridiculous, quite frankly. I just note a quick note about what's been referred to as option 2, the one at-large seat. Personally, I just find that, to be quite frank, ridiculous, because you would have that strange situation of, for candidates and the voters, of what does that one at-large seat mean? Is it something special? If it was a vote for deputy mayor at large, it might be appropriate, but that's not an available option. So just on balance, I support what the council is proposing. Now, I know that the council and the community were divided. It's already been referenced here this morning on the vote for the Maori ward. I would hope that all councillors would see what you have come up with as an elegant compromise between what has been to date the complete 10 at-large votes and the other proposal that's been put forward of the 3-7 split. I see this as something that I would assume all councillors could vote for. Those that oppose the Maori ward would surely see this as a better option than the 3-7 split. I just finished. I do retain some concerns about the complexity of the proposed option for both voters and potential candidates. I would suggest that if it is adopted, that there needs to be a fairly good campaign of education and public education, if you like, during next year in the run-up to the elections. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We've got just a minute and a half. Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Garrett, and very thoughtful approach you had. What changed your mind? You said originally you felt comfortable with the 7-3. What actually changed your mind?
I think it was when I realised this concept that the people who happened to be on the Maori roll, having got there for general electoral purposes, were going to be required to stick to that for these elections. So I think that was my main point. But as I said before, I hesitate to try to speak on behalf of Maori voters, but it's just as an outsider, that is what it seemed to me.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Garrett, for coming along and presenting your well thought out views. Thank you. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have some gaps in this part of the hearing, so we've been able to move some of the submitters up to these slots, and our next submitter is Justin Adams, and his submission is on page 19.
Thank you. I suspect that from time to time we will have to do that throughout the day with the spots. That's fine. Good morning, Justin. Nice to see you here this morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Chair, Your Worship, councillors. Democracy has been hard fought by our ancestors over generations, some through warfare and others through the pen. For the record, you will notice the pen in my hand. Democracy has the principle of one person, one vote, giving everyone or every person equal representation. So in using the last local election as a baseline, one person, one vote of 10 parts. Under thorough analysis of the current representation review proposal, I am reminded again of Council's motto, Tātou Tātou, we together, which inherently implies equality for all within the Rotorua Lakes District. The proposal itself states, and I quote, "The introduction of a mixed model aims to restore equity as best it can," end quote. Council also stated to the Local Government Commission in 2016, quote, the at-large system allows citizens to maximise their votes, provides an overview of the district's developmental issues, and is considered to be the fairest way to represent a district with approximately 80% of its community located in the same geographical space, end quote. In this case, with the introduction of Maori wards and the option directed at council staff, this proposal will unfortunately disenfranchise all eligible voters, with those on the Maori electoral roll impacted significantly more. There are always unintended consequences to any actions taken in haste. These hasty actions may be morally and ethically right, but when they are taken in haste, critical consequences of these actions can be missed and left unresolved or unaddressed. At the last local government election, those on the Maori roll were entitled to vote for 10 candidates at large. By making the changes proposed, they will only be entitled to vote for 2 in the Maori ward and 4 at large, for a total of 6 parts of a vote. That is an overall reduction in voting power of 40%, or almost half. When you apply 1 person, 1 vote, this proposal changes that for those on the Maori electoral roll to 1 person, 6/10 of a vote. Then, when we compare it to the current proposal, those on the Maori roll get to vote for 6 candidates, whereas those on the general roll get to vote for 8. That constitutes a breach of Article 25B of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, of which New Zealand has been a signatory since 1968. Article 25B states to vote and to be elected at genuine periodic elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret ballot, guaranteeing the free expression of the will of the electors. For clarity, universal suffrage is the right to vote. That is not in doubt here. Equal suffrage is each voter having the same number of votes. This proposal does not offer those on the Maori roll equal suffrage when measured against your proposal or based off the last election. Which in turn means this proposal is in breach of Article 21(3) of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which states, "The will of the people shall be the basis of the authority of government. This will shall be expressed in periodic and genuine elections, which shall be by universal and equal suffrage and shall be held by secret vote or by equivalent free voting procedures." Unfortunately, when you compare the voting power of those on the Maori roll and those on the general roll, those on the Maori roll are disenfranchised and do not receive equal suffrage with those on the general roll in this proposal. That in and of itself is an unacceptable outcome, but it gets worse. It literally does the opposite of the intention for the introduction of Maori wards. It removes equal suffrage for those Maori and is reduced further than it was prior to the change. Those on the general roll are disenfranchised as well, although by less. General roll voters will not be able to vote for the 2 Maori wards, reducing their voting power by 20%. 1 person, 8/10 of a vote. I implore you to reject the continuation of giving to Maori with one hand and taking away with the other. I would also like to bring to your attention to advice from Simpson Gresham, which states Maori wards exist in addition to and overlap with the general wards. Council's proposal as written does not add Maori wards, it includes them. Taking this advice into account, the total number of councillors in your proposal, in my opinion, should be 13. So, in reference to my written submission, I propose that the representation proposal be amended to provide equal suffrage as follows. 1 Maori ward consisting of 3 seats. 1 general ward consisting of 3 seats. 1 at-large ward consisting of 7 seats. 1 mayor seat. along with the caveat that the Deputy Mayor position being elected as the councillor with the highest vote count. Council's proposal has each councillor representing 7,730 local residents. My proposed amendment means each councillor represents approximately 5,950 local residents. When it comes to the lakes and rural boards, I am not fully informed on them, nor am I a resident in those areas, so I've chosen to allow other submitters more familiar with them to comment. I would like to point out, however, that in a properly functioning democracy, the community boards would be unnecessary. The Local Government Commission ruled against Rotorua Lakes Council's proposal last representation review, and if you decide to go ahead with your proposal as written, they will again, meaning the people of Rotorua and Council will be dictated to on the model which will be followed. In closing, despite doing extensive research and analysis, I am unable to relieve myself of a fear or gut feeling that instead of the people of Rotorua deciding on representation, Rotorua Lakes Council's unspoken intention is for the Local Government Commission to decide on the representation model. Why else would an option, which will undoubtedly be appealed, be proposed? In conclusion, I'll leave you with 2 words: plausible deniability. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So we've got a couple of minutes, councillors, if you'd like to raise a question. Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Thanks very much, Jared, for your presentation, and I found it, the alternative very interesting, and thanks for explaining that. But I'll just touch on the one you added at the bottom there. Wouldn't that seem unfair that the deputy mayor at the moment is chosen by all those councillors elected? But here in your proposal, it would be the highest vote count. Well, straight away we know it won't come from the Maori ward, because the figures that come in from there will be much lower. So can you briefly just give us a bit more on where you think it would come from?
I don't necessarily think it won't come from the Maori ward specifically, because we just don't know. It's more on the case that my belief is that the deputy mayor should be one with the highest vote count, full stop. And I understand the fact that it may not come from the Maori ward, but Rotorua has never had a problem with voting for different ethnicities. History shows that. We don't have to relitigate it here. Again, that's democracy too, the majority rule ultimately. My proposal here simply just matches what has been voted on or is existing law. So I'm just trying to make the puzzle fit.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for presenting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. What are they on? They're on the.
Madam Chair, our next submitters are Ngāti Whakaue, and we have Tupara Morrison, and he's joined by Anna Morrison and David Thomas, and their submission is on page 12.
Thank you. We'll just bring them up on the screen. Thank you. They're all there. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning. We can see you all there. I hope you can hear us. Morena, no mai haramai. Welcome to our hearing this morning. And so we'll let you proceed with your submission now, and comments that you might make to have you been, just a moment, please. Have you been briefed on the time? They have, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, when you're ready, we're ready, we can set to go. Thank you.
Kia ora, tēnā tātou katoa nei rā te mihi kia koutou katoa. Ngā hautu, ngā kaitiaki o te rohe, kia koe te tiamana o tēnei o ngā ohu o te wari o te rohe, nei rā te mihi kia koutou. Ko mātou ngā māngai o Ngāti Whakaue, hei whakawhiti kōrero e pānaki tēnei o ngā take whakahirehira nui whakaharahara kei wangana i a tātou. E nānei ka huri au te rākau ki a koe e tūpara, anau nei tēnei kaupapa e arehi.
Kia ora ana, ngā mihi kia koe. Kia ora koutou katoa ki te kaunihera o Rotorua nui a Kahumata Momoi, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everybody, Tupara Morrison here representing or presenting on behalf of the 4 chairs of the 4 Ngāti Whakaue entities. David Thomas is the chairman of Ngāti Whakaue Tribal Lands and Corporation is with us, and Anna Morrison, who's also a trustee on the Ngāti Whakaue Assets Trust. In terms of our submission, we'll take our submission as read if that's okay, Chair, and we'd just like to direct your attention to a few items in here. Point 1 in our submission, we would just like to note the point that Ngāti Whakaue mana whenua in our Rorohe and collectively represent the largest landholding and therefore ratepayer base in Rotorua. Then direct you to section 5 or paragraph 5 and just making it clear that mana whenua should and always should have had equal status in all local authority governance decisions, and for us that means a 50-50 role in all governance decision-making bodies in our rohe, which is consistent with the rights under the Te Tiriti o Waitangi and reflective and reciprocal in light of our generosity and trust set out in the Rotorua Township Agreement. And we would welcome a kōrero with Council outside of this representation review in relation to that. We turn to the representation review as well, and I refer you to point 8, where we note that the confirmation of the establishment of a Māori ward automatically creates a ward-based model. In that regard, the answer to 4B regarding how if we have wards or not has been answered, and we commend the Council for taking that bold step around the Māori ward. The next part of our submission really talks to that we are looking for equity, and we're looking for equity in the way that the representation of Council in Rotorua is applied. And that equity for Ngāti Whakaue includes accounting for the spirit, intent and generosity of Ngāti Whakaue provided in the Rotorua Township Agreement that permitted establishment of the Rotorua Township with the approval of Ngāti Whakaue. Equity should also take full account of both the articles and the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and that a broad and generous approach to interpretation is required. We note that the Rotorua Lakes Council preferred model is as follows: 1 mayor elected at large. We agree with the mayor being elected at large. You also note 1 Māori ward with 2 seats, 1 general ward with 4 seats and 10 councillors in total, which means 4 at-large seats. And in that regard, we are not focusing so much on the numbers, but again, coming back to our point around equity. So I direct you to paragraph 16, is that our proposal that the 1 Māori ward and the 1 general ward have the same number of seats. We understand from the information that you provided that the number of seats in the Māori ward is determined by the Electoral Act, so that would determine the number of general ward seats also. With regard to the total number of councillors, the Ngāti Whakaue entities are agnostic on what the total number of councillors should be, as long as the equality of seats between the Māori ward and the general ward is agreed to. We agree that with the election of a Lakes Community Board and a Rural Community Board, both having a composition of 4 elected members and 1 appointed member, and that we propose that the collection of water narrative that has been used for the Māori ward and the general ward be applied to those 2 community boards, with 2 members elected to each board by the Māori ward electors and 2 by the general ward electors. I would revert back to the water narrative that was put into the proposal by the council. We commend the use of narratives, Māori narratives, in how you're doing your review, but we would also like to see that those narratives actually materialise into something. And how we've taken that water narrative is that Te Ipuwai Takitake and Te Ipuwai Auraki are collections of waters, both from a mana whenua perspective, in terms of Te Ipuwai Takitake, and also from waters that have come from other places in Te Ipuwai Auraki. We would like to see that equality of water and that water narrative manifesting itself into the way that the equality is reflected in both the Māori ward and the general ward. Kia ora tātou.
Well, thank you very much, Tupara. So thank you. I'm going to open it up if there might be some questions from councillors. Thank you. Your Worship.
Kia ora, and thank you for presenting, and this is a different model altogether. Are you in code suggesting that we move to co-governance?
I'll hand over to Anna.
I thought this was coming to me. Yeah, we are challenging the council to think deeply about what a mana orite, some people call it governance, how you could represent mana orite or co-governance in the arrangements that you have within the mandate, within the legislative mandate. So yes, we are encouraging and challenging the council to give expression to that, and the example that we've proposed is our view, and so yes, we would definitely look towards council going down that co-governance path.
Anna, can I ask a question? It's in relation to the Fenton agreement that you've mentioned there under 10 and a number of other places. So I'm assuming that in the year 2021, you believe that it is now time to give effect to what was the principle and the intent.
Most definitely, and I think that the council has been a leader in its Te Arawa partnership and acknowledged that, and I think this is the next step in this council providing leadership amongst the local government space for Wairoa Te Arawa. Thank you. Councillor Yates.
Through you, Madam Chair, I would just like to acknowledge my whanaunga who have represented Ngāti Whakaue, ka tika te tērā whakaro, kua takoto te manuka, ma mātua no tērā whakaro e kawea, kia ora.
Thank you. Oh, yes, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and kia ora koutou. Thank you very much actually for proposing a solution as well out for the community board areas too, and importantly thank you for reminding us, of course, the significant gifting that Ngāti Whakaue provided to establish the township, but out in the lakes and the rural areas, that's quite a new suggestion, so thank you for being creative with that. But do you think that if we were to introduce that, there would be the support and I suppose assistance for people to stand as candidates out there as well, because the opportunity has always been there for Māori and non-Māori, but we haven't necessarily had many Māori candidates. So with this proposal, are you also suggesting that there could be support behind people to stand as well?
I'll give it a go, and David and Tupara, you can add anything. I think that needs to be a consideration, but I think what I've experienced in other Crown spaces is when you articulate a co-governance or a space, you have great candidates coming through. It's just they, particularly Māori, would need to see the spaces for them to be able to give effect to te tiriti, and that's what I believe is important. I would say that obviously those, the lakes areas, there's other mana whenua and other iwi to be taken into account, so I would expect that those mana whenua would be your partners in those spaces.
And the last question, Councillor Maxwell.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much, Anna Tupara and Mr. Thomas there for a very well thought out proposal, and I too acknowledge the generosity of Ngāti Whakaue to Rotorua over 141 years now. I'm very interested in how we feel we can make the 50-50 role as you recommend here to get there. We've nearly got there actually in the system we have in place now, but this is a bigger call to us, so I'll put a political hat on now. How do you feel our community would feel if we made a bold move and a miracle and said, we're going to go with this? How do you feel our community would react to that?
I think that the community would react quite positively. I think that from a Ngāti Whakaue entity's perspective, we interact with a lot of the community in all the mahi that we do. We want the opportunity to put forward the discussion with the community around equity, and we think that our submission helps us step towards the considerations of the 50-50 role. We have decided that in our submission we were focusing on the Māori ward and the general ward, and that enabled the council to consider if we have equity there, that's the start of the conversation. And just to Anna's point, I think that certainly in the areas and the networks I work in, there are many mana whenua, there are many iwi Māori who would make fantastic candidates for the Rotorua Lakes Council, and part of our submission would be to encourage that if the council was accepting of having an equity approach to this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Time is up, so thank you for taking your time today to present. Kia ora.
Our next submitter is Mike McVicar, and his submission is on page 25.
Thank you.
So just to repeat that, because I'm not sure all elected members were listening to Isabel, our next submitter is Mike McVicar, and his submission is on page 25.
Thank you. Well, good morning, Mike. Nice to see you. Thank you. Our former councillor, nice to see you back here in Chambers. No, we still recognise each other, Mike. Kia ora.
Well, I'll take that off. Kia ora. Okay, Madam Chair, Your Worship, councillors, gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to support my submission. I will just go through it as quick as I can, and then any questions, by all means.
Thank you.
As you will no doubt have read, I am strongly opposed to the Council's recommendation, as not only is it undemocratic, I believe, but also totally unwarranted and unjustified. The first point I would make is that Te Arawa have always been well represented in the past. And in fact, today, 4 of our 10 councillors are Maori. And that 40% ratio is the highest in the country. No other council has a similar figure as that. And I would point out that those 4 councillors and previous Maori councillors over the years that I have known have all stood on their own right and represented Rotorua, including Te Arawa, admirably in the past. In addition to that, the Standing Committee, the Tatau Te Arawa Committee,
which I've already pointed out has a significant influence, I believe, on the direction of council. Then, of course, we have the unelected councillors, and the two, in fact, are sitting around the table today, who obviously over the last 8 years have provided some direction. So, you know, I'd just like to repeat the fact that Rotorua has always in the past and today and most likely in the future been well represented by Maori, and Te Arawa in particular. And I do read that the endeavours of the representation review are largely to increase the diversity. Well, I would suggest we have that well covered here in Rotorua. So I ask the question, why the incessant push for more Maori on council? We are leading the country today, and if you achieve what you wish to with this recommendation, we will by far be the largest Maori represented council in the country. Based on this high percentage of Maori, I would therefore contend that there is no justifiable reason, to my mind, to continue with option 3, let alone option 2. And it's worth noting here also that the Te Arawa themselves opted for option 2, and that proves a point, I believe. My second point is gerrymandering for the next election. The meaning of gerrymandering is quite explicit. A process intended to establish an arguably unfair political advantage. And in this case, I would argue, there is no argument that the recommendation you have put forward is in fact to support one party and one party only. So I question, again, the direction of the council in that particular case. Treaty claims. I understand and I know that a lot of claims of this nature, what does that mean? Claims of this nature are based on the incorrect belief that the Treaty of Waitangi included a partnership relationship, which somehow I believe, or I'm led to believe, converts to a 50-50 co-governance structure. And that has regularly been disputed over the years. And I invite anyone sitting around this table here to show me the word partnership in the Treaty of Waitangi, because there is nothing to that extent. And the contention that the treaty has been twisted and reinterpreted is certainly valid, and in doing so, this council, and the government for that matter, are creating a racially divided society, the very reverse of what was promised in Article 3 of the treaty. Confusing voter options and documents. There is no doubt that the convoluted structure of the voting process that is proposed is confusing and will be confusing for the average ratepayer. It would appear that in an endeavour to facilitate an advantage to iwi, this proposal has become virtually unworkable, I would suggest. Furthermore, this very recommendation is clearly politically motivated, and one I would suggest must be rejected. I would support option 1, which obviously is a proportional option, 70 to 30, 7 seats to 3 seats. Yes, I believe that is the only democratic outcome for this review. And I'd urge all councillors to give this consideration. In particular, the future of Rotorua is at stake, I believe, if we go down the track that has been proposed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. I'll ask for questions. Yes, thank you. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Mike, and good morning. Thank you for your presentation. It's good to see you again. The question I have, what if there was a fourth option, and that option was retain the status quo? What would you think of that?
I'd have no problems with that, albeit, again, I would emphasise the fact that Te Arawa have a very high percentage of the councillors at this point of time, as they do today. I'm comfortable with that, yes.
Your Worship.
Mike, what would your view be on allowing all electors to choose which role option they want to go on before the local government election?
Say that again, all whom?
Potential electors to be able to choose which role they want to sit on for local government elections.
That would add to the confusion that we already have, I would suggest, between the Maori role and the general role. That's what you're referring to, correct?
Yep.
I think that would only confuse the picture even more.
No further questions? No.
Cool.
Thank you very much, Mike.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Isabel, when you introduce the speakers, can you just wait till they come in? Just, you know, when you say who it is. Thank you.
Okay. Are you ready? Our next submitter is Peter Bradley on audio visual, and Mr. Bradley's submission is on page 82.
I can't get rid of this screen. Drag it. There. Where's your document?
We get it.
We'll start the moment when they listen. Good morning, Mr. Bradley. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You're loud and clear. So just take your time, and if you need to settle in a bit more, that's fine. Otherwise, whenever you're ready. But we can hear you loud and clear. So thank you, and welcome to this morning to our hearings committee.
Yes, good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Peter Bradley. I'll address my thoughts to the 7 core headings in the council proposal, which I will refer to as the proposal. Commencing first with the number of councillors. I support the retention of 10 councillors plus mayor. Regarding my thoughts on the framework, Rotorua Lakes Council has opted for a Maori ward without the courtesy of involving the public in that decision initially, and that was unacceptable to me and many in the community. But since the decision's been made, I will now address the proposal framework for allocating the number of members. It's ironic that the proposal keeps referring to the need to ensure fair and effective representation for individuals and communities in the district, and claims that equity means an opportunity for every individual in Rotorua, regardless of what electoral role they're on, to have the same number of votes. Council at the same time acknowledges that the current at-large system provides equity. Despite that, my interpretation is that the Council takes that position without supporting evidence, and that this proposal creates, to quote from your proposal, a significantly disproportionate number of the total votes shared between the general and Maori electors, and that it is important that the proposal seek to ensure equity, and therefore concludes that 2 Maori seats are to be proposed. So the irony is that the Council is replacing the existing equitable system with one that the Council says is inequitable, and that it therefore must tweak and be fair to Maori. This is a slightly odd position for the Council to adopt, in my opinion. If Maori and the Council are genuinely saying that the legislation is unfair, then it should be fixed at source in Parliament. The proposal also states the establishment of the Maori ward has by design created a circumstance that could be seen to push the Maori representation into a minority position. This is also untrue. The establishment of the Maori ward automatically creates the general ward, with the only remaining question being whether you have an at-large ward. The Maori ward and the general ward take their member numbers from calculation in the Local Electoral Act, which is designed to reflect the proportionality of voters. There is no designed push of Maori into a minority position, and it's offensive that the council says so, in my opinion. The proposal also goes on to say, this model, and I quote, this model creates a significantly disproportionate number of the total votes shared between general and Maori electors. Under this model, those on the Maori electoral roll cannot have any say in the election of the majority of elected members. This is also not a correct statement. There is no evidence of any disproportionate share of the total votes having regard to the voting rights open to Maori. The concept of a ward-based system is that any voter not registered in a particular ward, by definition, cannot by definition have a say in the ward they are not registered in. Thus, the members of the Maori ward cannot have a say in the general ward, and general ward members cannot have a say in the Maori ward. This is not inherently fair. It's a consequence of the ward system. The perceived bias that council is claiming seems to arise from concern that Maori electoral roll voters comprise about 28% of the total elector pool, while the population is about 40%. The Maori electoral population is defined under legislation and is a broader pool of Maori than merely those on the Maori electoral roll. The Maori electoral population is measured by a formula as a proportion of the Maori and general population combined. Thus, there is no bias in the methodology in the legislation when assessing the number of members for each ward. With council having incorrectly decided that the general ward and Maori ward system is biased against Maori, it then seemingly sets out to remedy that imaginary bias and states that the Maori ward and the general ward need to be, quote, closer to equilibrium. If the intention is some sort of co-governance, then we need to seriously question how this fits with the proposal statement that you say, and I quote, equity means an opportunity for every individual in Rotorua, regardless of what electoral roll they are on, to have the same amount of votes. Equilibrium is not an outcome that is provided for in legislation. It's also very concerning for me that this proposal takes no account of the rights of the electors on the general roll, seemingly. General roll voters seem to be ignored, and the focus is solely on bringing into effect a proposal to specifically benefit one sector of the community at the expense of the other. The 100% transparent voting system that we've been using for decades has served this electorate well, providing a colour, race and creed-blind platform for anyone to pitch their name into the ballot hat. History records that this simple system's delivered many fine women and men from all walks of life and sides of the parish or the marae to serve and contribute to the advancement of Rotorua and leave their mark on this place for those that follow. So I can now lead my thoughts to the general ward. Adoption of the Maori ward automatically creates the general ward. To address the general ward, one has to also address the Maori ward and the possibility of an at-large component. I do not agree with the mixed model framework being promoted as the preferred proposal by council clearly. It seems that the proposal that has been put forward was determined in committee, and I lack the confidence that this was done in a fair and transparent manner. The fact that such an important decision does not have the unanimous support of all elected councillors is also a flag for me. The subsequent public explanations and justification of the proposal are confusing and not conducive to improving understanding and support for local body politics, which are already at a disappointingly low level. In short, this proposal seems purpose designed to obfuscate and lacks clear explanation and information. Instead, my opinion is that 3 Maori seats plus 7 ward seats and no at-large seats means everyone gets a vote in their selected ward. Simple, transparent democracy. To do otherwise is to create a situation where one vote is seen to be more equal than another vote. It must also be recalled that that Maori, unlike those on the general roll, elect to register on either the Maori roll or the general roll, and they have full rights regardless of the option they choose. So in conclusion, I do not agree with the General Ward proposal that treats 4 seats as suitable representation of 72% of citizens, including Maori and non-Maori, who are registered on the General Ward. If I could go next to my thoughts on the Maori wards. For reasons already mentioned in my commentary on the framework and General Ward, a single Maori ward with 3 seats and a single General Ward with 7 seats is a simple, transparent process. I do not accept the introduction of a Maori ward and allegations of imagined bias in any way entitles Council to reconstruct the local electoral system to achieve...
You have 2 minutes remaining.
...change, thank you, in outcomes for one sector. I also disagree with the assumption without community review that the Te Arawa arrangement should continue following introduction of the Maori ward. The continuing need for that arrangement should be the subject of review after the next election. My thoughts regarding the at-large component. The Council has recommended an at-large component in order to achieve their predetermined outcome towards equilibrium. In order to create the at-large, it takes selective slices of the general wards and carves them off to pose as fair. Council has decided that a mixed model is preferable because they consider that Maori ward voters will be advantaged by the mixed model. In choosing to frame the proposal in this way, I think the Council is causing undue harm and upsetting the community. If I could just now go to my alternatives and closing statements. My preferred alternative is the General Ward with 7 seats and Maori with 3 seats, based on open and transparent representation and no at-large component. And I do this for the following reasons, 4 reasons. This upholds the fundamental value of one person, one vote. If Maori wish to exercise that vote within the context of a separate ward, so be it, but their vote should have no additional value and should reflect the applicable electoral population. 2, there are a significant number of Maori voters who, for whatever reason, choose to be on the Maori roll. They're able to stand as candidates in the general roll if they wish and can vote for the general roll members who may or may not be Maori. 3, if it's very evident from the strong role on Maori on Council to date that their representation has not been impeded by the current system. And indeed, with 3 members in a Maori ward, it'll be an anchor that will serve to enhance Maori's representation within the 7 general ward member positions. Finally, number 4, adding at-large seats is confusing. It also reinforces the perception that those in the Maori ward and those in the general ward are solely interested in and responsible for their specific pool of voters, and that only the at-large members would be responsible and accountable for all, or to all. We do not see this as necessary. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Bradley. Thank you, and there'll be no time. You've used your time up fully, so thank you very much for presenting this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do appreciate it.
Kia ora.
Cheers. Kia ora. Close this off, darling.
In comes Mum.
All right, thank you, councillors. I'm going to take our 15-minute break now, just so we can do a bit of a reshuffle with the agenda for some people coming in and not appearing this morning. So we'll just take our 15-minute morning tea break now. Thank you. Isabel, thank you.
We now have our next submitter. It's Mr. Lachlan McKenzie, and his submission is on page 27.
Good morning, Mr. McKenzie. Lachlan, good morning. Welcome this morning to the hearings committees. Thank you. And you've been briefed on your time, etc. Thank you. So whenever you're ready. Yes, thank you. Thank you for that.
Hey, well, thank you for the opportunity to come and be here today. You will have my submission read.
Yes. That's it.
Green, that's better.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Reynold. I've got a new hearing aid, so I can hear myself, no problem. Thank you for the opportunity for being able to come and speak. You've all had my submission. I'll just give a bit of background. I'm very passionate about democracy. I've had uncles in the past that have died fighting for democracy, and it's still hold dear to my heart. And so that's why I'm suggesting that you very carefully consider what your choices are in this. I know you've made a choice to put in ward based on race. That has been passed. But think very carefully about ensuring that democracy is going to continue. Because if you don't have it based on democracy and equal suffrage for all people, your decision will not be enduring. I want something that is going to last for a long period of time. And if it's not based on sound principles of democracy, we're in a democratic country. If you look around the world, anywhere that errs away from democracy, there's inevitably strife. And I don't want that in our country. I want us to live in peace and harmony. And if you pick the option that is preferred by council, my prediction is that in the future we'll have disharmony in our community, because there's a big proportion of the community will feel disenfranchised by the voting system. And we all know when people feel disenfranchised, then you become an unstable community. So think very, very carefully about that. I will be supporting any legal action against this council if it chooses to ignore the principles of equal suffrage and democracy. So think very, very carefully on the choices that you have. I have put in my submission that we could have a rural ward. That is the wishes of the rural community. I'll put that in. If I don't get that, I'm not too worried about that. But I am very, very concerned about equal suffrage and democracy for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Wang, we'll take some questions thank you. Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Lachlan, for your presentation and your submission. I'm just reading, having read through it, I have two quick questions. One is your alternative, for no lakes or rural community boards. What's your reasoning for that? And also, your one rural ward alternative, do you realise that would result in rural residing members of the community only being able to vote for one councillor instead of voting for the general ward as well?
Yep, and that if we wanted the rural equal suffrage, then that would be the case. So there's two questions you've asked there. The first one on the rural boards and the lakes boards. I elect these you as councillors around the board table here to make decisions on our behalf. That's where the decisions should lie. And we're privileged. We've only got a relatively small community here in in Rotorua, in the district. And most of you people know me, and I've had conversations with you personally over a large number of years. And I feel comfortable at bringing any one of you up and having a conversation with any one of you if there's an issue that you have to make a decision on. I haven't bothered on this one, but if you make a decision a particular way you're favouring, then you may get a few phone calls from me. And some of them can attest. The Mayor probably can attest to me having chewed her ear a few times on various flights to Wellington and various other occasions. So we don't have to have another layer of democracy in the country, in this district here. That's the reason I don't think we need to have those boards continuing. What was your other part of your question?
No,
the rural wards.
My questions.
Yeah, well, as I said, that's just because there was a feeling out in the rural community that they are not. That is more of an expression of that they're not. The feeling that they're not being represented at the moment by the current structure.
No, thank you, Lachlan. No, I fully understand that, and having been out in the rural community with the rural board out there consulting, we understand the interest in having a rural ward. My question was that. And you've already answered that in equal your
Thank you,
statement
Councillor
for equal
Tatson.
suffrage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I just wanted to clarify because you've mentioned bringing on a rural councillor, but not necessarily what can happen with the large communities that make up our lakes area, which also includes Hamurana, obviously Rotorua, Rotorua, Tarawera, Okareka, very huge. So what would you suggest for Lakes Community Board, or are you just saying that the Rural Community Board will represent them as well? I just want to clarify so we make sure that as we move forward we take your views into consideration.
My number one preference is just to have 10 councillors, 3 in the 7, that's it. So that's my number one preference. If you wanted to go split up into areas of interest again, then one example would be the rural community, which has a particular interest, because the roading infrastructure is the number one issue for them in the rural area, as opposed to street lighting and drainage, etc., which is in town, sewage. So that's as an example of community of interest. Now, you could say that there's a community of interest around the lakes. Yeah, but I'm not. I'm not opposed to that, but I'm not supporting. I'm not pushing it either. I thought long and hard about before I put the option of a rural ward in there, because I thought it might distract from the true essence of my submission. The true essence of my submission is equal suffrage, and people have voting as proportionate to the population if you're going to split it up into wards.
Councillor Yates.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, kia koe, Lachlan. So just to confirm, because I just want a very clear answer from you, is your answer what you've presented on the paper, or is it, as you've just said, 7-3? Which is it?
My preference would be if that's my first preference is 7-3, but as I expressed in there, the rural community has an issue, has a community of interest, and if you want to split it further, then that would be an example of further splitting. But 7-3 is the principle. Yep.
Thank you very much for coming along this morning. Thank you.
That's it?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy your deliberations.
Thank you
and
very
consider
much,
very
Lachlan.
carefully.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next submitters are from Grey Power Rotorua, and they are Jim Adams and Lynn Walker, and their submission is on page 29.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome to you both this morning to our hearings. Nice to have you with us, and we look forward to your comments this morning. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Your Worship and elected members of the Council. I'm Jim Adams, a member of Grey Power, Rotorua's executive, and I'm accompanied today by Lynn Walker, also on the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to clarify Grey Power's Rotorua's submission. We currently have 1,892 members. Our submission was generated by an executive meeting because of the COVID restrictions. While our executive members are in regular contact with members and very much aware of the views of the over 50s in the Rotorua district, there will be members that hold some different individual perspectives. We also have many younger members who support our advocacy on behalf of older people. Question 3 of the submission framework asks Grey Power to Rotorua to classify its ethnicity as either Tangata, Wenua, Maori or Tangata Tariti, non-Maori. Our members have many and multiple ethnicities. We operate as an intercultural organisation. We do not hold ethnicity data on our members. We therefore do not understand why the analysis of responses to the Council's proposed mixed mode representation model, option 3, should begin by considering the ethnicity of respondents. In our view, we are all citizens with the same and inalienable democratic and human rights of representation, irrespective of ethnicity. Question 5. Our preferred number of elected members on Council is 1 mayor and 10 councillors. We saw no good reason to change these numbers. Question 6. Our general thoughts regarding the Council's proposed mixed mode representation model, option 3, are very clear. We do not support this model. Instead, we support option 1 because it would provide proportional representation of those enrolled in the Maori roll and those involved in the general roll. Again, the reason is that we are all citizens with the same inalienable democratic and human rights of representation, irrespective of ethnicity. Question 7. Our general thoughts regarding the general roll is that citizens listed there comprise 72% of Rotorua District's total electoral population. To honour their democratic rights of representation, each person on the electoral roll should be able to vote for 7 councillors out of 10. Question 8. Our general thoughts regarding the Maori ward are that, although we were not consulted, we accept that the decision to introduce a Maori ward has been made. To honour the democratic and human rights to representation of those on the Maori roll, each person should be able to vote for 3 councillors out of the 10. And to reiterate, the reason that we are all citizens with the same and unalienable democratic and human rights of representation, irrespective of ethnicity. Question 9. Our general thoughts regarding the at-large component is it is not fit into our preferred democratic model of representation, option 1. By not fitting, we mean that the proposed mixed mode representation model, option 3, proposes to modify democratic and proportional representation of citizens by doubling the voting power of those on the Maori roll, while increasing the voting power of those on the general roll by 14%. This mixed mode model is unacceptable because it would violate the democratic principles of equal suffrage, where each citizen is entitled to vote and for their votes to have equal power. This mixed mode model would also generate conflict between those perceived to be advantaged and those who perceive to be disadvantaged by the introduction of at-large seats. We urge Council not to take these needlessly divisive steps. Question 10. Our general thoughts regarding the rural and community boards are that this form of representation should remain unchanged. Like Te Tatau or Te Arawa, these boards provide democratic and proportional representation of citizens from district communities of interest. Question 11. As an alternative to the proposed mixed mode representation model, option 3, Grey Power Rotorua would prefer option 1 because it is simple, easy to understand, and offers the same democratic and proportional representation to all citizens, irrespective of ethnicity. Question 13. Grey Power Rotorua does not support the Council's proposed representation arrangements for the 2022 elections because the mixed mode model is confusing and needlessly complex. It is likely to deter rather than encourage voters to turn out and thereby lower the legitimacy of local government. We also note that the Local Government Act guarantees democratic and effective decision-making, not the fair and effective decision-making proposed by as a justification for option 3. Replacing democratic with fair sets aside the principles of democracy we hold dear in favour of arbitrary notions of fairness as perceived by various interested groups. Finally, the members of Grey Power Rotorua are all aged over 50, with the vast majority over 65. They reflect on the experiences of those of their parents and grandparents who suffered from dangerously alternatives and had to defend democracy and proportional representation. With respect, we urge Council not to adopt option 3, but to acknowledge the brutal lessons of history and default to the fully democratic option 1. We trust that our position is crystal clear to the point where questions of clarification may not be needed. Thank you for listening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you. Are there any questions from councillors? Oh, yes, Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Mr. Adams, for your presentation. Can I just ask a simple question that... So
I do apologise. You'll have to speak up. My wife tells me I'm deaf.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, I'll bring it closer. Just a question. You support the retention of the community boards and Te Arawa, Te Tatau or Te Arawa. You support the retention of those three entities.
Well, I can't really answer that question at this time. I'll have to get the Executive Committee to respond to you on that question.
Oh, sorry, just that I heard you say that you support those and you support Te Arawa as well as retention.
Yes. I'm quite prepared to let you have a copy of this, should you wish. You can go through it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you very much, Mr. Adams, and thank you very much, Lynn. Thank you.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, could I leave the latest Great Power magazine, which arrived this morning, for councillors to have a copy of?
Thank you very much. That'll be very much appreciated. Thank you.
And the last one.
Which one? Oh, sorry. As you can see, councillors, we're jumping around a wee bit on the schedule, but that's fine. The more people that we can move up, if so. Oh, here we are. There we are.
Thank you so much.
Our next submitter is John Pakes, and his submission is on page 61.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Pakes. Good morning, John.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes.
Yes, welcome this morning, and thank you for being acceptable to a little bit of juggling on the schedule this morning. So, thank you so much.
Yeah, I've only just got up the bus.
Well, take your time, catch your breath. So, we're very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I live on here now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm just here, councillor, to speak as an individual. Oh, here we go. I might be blunt, but here we go. Thank you, councillors, and thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. The decision has been made, I feel. Our next council will be elected through wards. The decision has been made. Ooh, is that better? Okay. The decision has been made. That system will include a Maori ward. Your decision is irrevocable on that. The only thing that I can do is to comment on what you have done. I would like you all to pause for a moment and take a good hard look at each other, but be friendly while you do it, because what I'm trying to say is you are a pretty diverse bunch of people, a diversity that reflects just what our city is. The diversity of our city has changed over the years, and our council has changed with the times. It has changed organically without the machinations of things such as wards. I do not like wards. Wards are like putting people in little boxes. Wards demand that candidates must choose which box to be put in, and which box I can choose from, and which box I will be shut out of. Wards demand that if there is a particularly good candidate in another box to which I am denied access, then that is too bad. I cannot have him or her. It is my view that the current electoral balance that exists in our city, that includes our rural, lakes and Te Arawa representation, needs no interference at this time. Your diversity is proof enough that it has worked. It is my view that what we have now does as good as it can to ensure that every voice in our city, be it Māori or not, can be heard should that voice wish to be heard. But I think you've been told to change, so I think you really have no choice. But however, an edict has come down on high that you must introduce Māori wards into your electoral balance. This edict has come down from on high because other regional authorities throughout Aotearoa have not been as forward-thinking as Rotorua, and even worse, have endeavoured to put barriers in front of progress. The edict exists because of the perception or idea that the voice of Māori needs to have a protected or guaranteed place in local body politics. And it does upset me to hear that perception or idea being promoted from within some in Māoridom itself. It suggests a fear that Māoridom, and in particular for us Te Arawa, may not have voices in council purely because of the ability of Te Arawa. I think that is rubbish. As part of the renaissance of Māoridom, Te Arawa has demonstrated time and time again the ability of its people to achieve great things. The voice of Te Arawa does not need protection. Te Arawa can achieve what it needs by itself through its own ability. Further, I can think of no reason as to why Te Arawa should place two talented people inside a box labelled Māori and so deny them to me. Putting people in boxes called wards denies choice. It is Wellington who has decreed that the voice of Māoridom needs to be heard more clearly throughout Aotearoa. Wellington claims that this will be achieved through the introduction of wards. That is probably guaranteed in other cities where scant representation exists. But this should not be considered a guarantee here in Rotorua. I can see a warning. The ward system may well have the negative result of reducing, rather than raising, the number of Māori voices elected to our council. This could well happen as a result of the misguided fear and pressure that is being felt by some residents in our city. Many other regional authorities have buckled before groups that can loosely be called the Ratepayers. You are well aware of such groups. Indeed, Rotorua had its own challenges in the past when you were introducing the Te Arawa partnership. That partnership has served Rotorua well, but you will
Oh, where's that page? But you will recall that the challenges that it created when groups of people throughout a city put black and yellow signs up willy-nilly and endeavoured to claim that you were destroying democracy. Of course you were not. And thankfully the majority of our city saw through that and by and large ignored the plea. Those protests were, in my view, a result of a fear of change which is taking place in our city. It's a fear of change rather than that harsh word racism. That fear still exists in our city. And it is my view that the fear of change or racism could have a very real and divisive effect on our next elections, an effect that could destroy the aim of increasing the voice of Māoridom that you desire. What is going to happen is that you will expect good Māori people to stand in their own right in the general ward. There will be 2 of Te Arawa guaranteed a seat on our council by the Māori ward. And I'm hearing gossip, mumbles throughout town of fear, much like this. These are the sort of words. There are 2 of them guaranteed to be on council through the Māori ward. I will not vote for any more. I will let race be my guide. I will not vote for Te Arawa. So the effect of the Māori ward could indeed have a detrimental effect on the careers of good Māori people who want to serve their community. They could well be punished and not elected through racism or fear. It is my view that the introduction of Māori wards may not lead to the result of greater Māori participation on council that many seem to think is a given. It could well cause the opposite. There is a word that I believe ranks high above the word democracy. It is suffrage. Suffrage demands that every member of your city who wishes to have his or her voice heard is able freely to do so. Suffrage also demands that each and every candidate seeking a seat on council should be able to communicate freely with each and every member of your city and seek his or her vote. There should be no boxes or barriers. Suffrage goes beyond democracy. Here, look what the ward system does to democracy. It forces you to use arithmetic so that you can get to some sort of balance or manufactured idea of what your council makeup should look like.
You have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Instead of the organic makeup of council such as you have today, you will need to manufacture one. Your fundamental task as councillors of our city is to take care of people. Forget everything else. It is the care of your people that is of primary importance. It is the makeup of your council that is the basic step and first building block of how well your people will be looked after. And you are going to let arithmetic be the decider of what your council looks like. I do not like wards. I think you've gathered that. I believe that there's more than one of you on this council today who would share my view, at least in part. I believe that the voice of Te Arawa will always be heard in our city. You do not have to manufacture its survival. Thank you. That's mine.
I have a question. Thank you for your very thoughtful comments, Mr. Pakes. I do have a question for you. You mentioned perhaps that there are some that have fear of change.
Yes.
And actually, thank you for mentioning the word racism. That's something that we tend to shy over in this country, but actually it is very evident in some communities. So can I ask you, do you think perhaps the fear of change and possible racism, do you think that could be a generational issue?
Yes, most definitely. I mean, there's an organic change going on. As you can see, the way this council has changed organically over the years, it's far more diverse than it used to be. There was an organic change certainly going on. That change is going to happen. It will organically come on. But there is a big resistance right now, I think, from some of the older population, my group, who are worried about this change they all vote, they all own properties, or most of them do. Yeah, so it's that thing. I think in the future, this discussion that I've just had possibly may not be in the same, but there is, yes, I think so, a fear of change from the older community, and they are a big portion of your voting population. So my thoughts are that that could upset what everybody is aiming for.
Thank you. I think we just have time. Just a quick one, perhaps, Your Worship.
Thank you for a considered response, which is quite different. But could we just go back to Te Tatau or Te Arawa? How can you assure that we'd have representation around the table if we didn't have such a thing as a Māori ward?
I think Rotorua has had very good representation even now from its Māori population. There's a very good balance there. I think the idea that you came up with, the partnership with Te Arawa, was brilliant. It just put everything together as far as the city is concerned, and it works well. I think I'm reluctant to change. I've just said some of my older members are also reluctant to change. I like the way you're doing it. And I don't see that wards are necessarily the answer to make any improvement.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Pakes. We've just used up the time, so thank you so much for coming along.
Thank you so much, councillors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're trying to bring some of the submitters forward, councillors, so we do have some time now. So if we've been able to bring them forward, they'll be coming through as they come in.
Jude Punny and Te Taru White from Te Tatau o Te Arawa, and their submission is on page 8.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Morena Korua, nice to see you both, and I think you know the procedures well enough, so thank you. When you're ready. Nice to have you here with us this morning.
Tēnā koe e te tiamana me koutou hokinga me mo te kaunihira, e te mea, koutou mā, e mihi ana ki a koutou, me ngā kai mahi, ngā kai tautoko e hui mai nei, tēnei rā. Ko tēnei te kōrero o te tatau o Te Arawa i te taha o Te Arawa whānui, I rungi te kaupapa nui o te rā, nō reira tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you, Madam Chair, for this opportunity to present our submission. We will take it as read, but we'll highlight some of the points there. Just to give it a bit of context, again, just going back a little bit in history, Tatau signed a partnership agreement in December 2015. And within that agreement, we were mandated to take part in matters of municipality on behalf of that constituency. Part of that mandate was also to ensure that we communicate with our people and seek their views, which is what we've done in putting this mission together. We've gone out and sought those views. Having said that, we're also well aware that as part of our partnership with Council, we participated in workshops with you, where the Council and the decision was made on a particular option. We had to take it out to the people to seek judgment on that particular option. Our people did speak through a number of surveys, through webinars, online corridor, individual commentary. We had over 200 individual responses to that to this issue. We presented the three options of 244, 637, and 2316. And we presented those options, and out of that and out of the surveys, the heavy favour came for 316. And the option that was presented by Council of 244 was rejected by the 79%, I think it was 79%, Jude? 77% were in support. So, and on top of that, you'll see in the submission that we did approach 22 entities of Te Arawa. Now, a number of those went to their boards and got the permission from the boards after looking at the submission to support it. And I know there's several in there that we approached that had declined to support, but it was a bit too late for us to pull those ones, and I know that they delivered their submission earlier on. Having said that, I note with interest that the call for 50-50 partnership has always been on the table, even from Tatau's point of view, and when we've gone out to our people. Firstly, we went for the wards, and the wards were established, the opportunity for wards was established, and now for the review. That'll always come up, the treaty issue of 50-50 balance. And we don't dispute that at all, but we also know that the regulatory environment is not conducive to that right now, so we look for the best possible option within the regulatory environment. And for the iwi that we surveyed and came forth, they believed that the best equitable restoration position, put it that way, was the guaranteed 3 seats under the current formula. Guaranteed 3 seats on the formula of balance of population of Māori and a population of non-Māori. They did not see that as tradable to reduce it to 2. And they saw that was at risk, even though the restorative position of Council might have been maximising the opportunity to vote and looking at a model along that line. We were not, or the ones that we approached were not prepared to sacrifice the 3 guaranteed seats that they were seeking. They were open to the at-large, but they did question that to a degree, but they were open to the at-large option, that it might actually give them an opportunity to extend the vote a little more and get another seat, and if that was possible. But they were also cognizant of the voting history of our people, which requires quite a lot of energy to get it going in a population where we're still the minority in a majority population. So having said that, Madam Chair, I want to rest my commentary there, and I'll ask for Jude Punny, our Executive Officer, a mana hautu, to add to my commentary.
Good morning, Madam Chair, councillors and community board members and Te Tatau member. I'll just make a couple of brief comments in terms of the submission, and Te Tatau does appreciate the opportunity to make a submission to SPNF today, and we make it on behalf of Te Arawa Whānui And we also are very careful to make sure that the mahi te tatau embarks on aligns with the Te Arawa vision. And you'll note in the submission that this clearly does align, with the Te Arawa vision. So what the feedback that we got, and as Tataru mentioned, it was over 200 responses. It was and thousands of engagement. It was a very successful engagement exercise as far as Te Tatau was concerned. Our board members led it, and all the feedback we got and the responses we got was very encouraging. And really, Te Arawa whānui that communicated with Te Tatau did not support the 442. Not all of them. You'll notice there were 80%, approximately 80% did not supported the 631. We went with the three models. We got a large, of course, the 50-50 Te Tiriti, the Fenton Agreement, which Whakaue presented this morning. But what Te Tatau did was stick with the three shortlisted by the council that aligned with the local electoral act that could actually be achieved in the lead up to next year's election. I think on paragraph 12, the greatest concern is that the proposed new model limits Māori ward seats to 2 when the 28% population on the Māori electoral roll should provide for 3. And that was the major issue that we received in terms of the submissions. And also, as Tataru mentioned, the lens, the equity restoration lens, and council's lens focused on the votes. That was the equity restoration that would be achieved by individuals having more votes. The feedback we got was that equity restoration was more about seats around the table rather than an individual having votes. So it was that lens of equity restoration as well. Yep, I think that's really.
Can I just add as well, in the context of our effort to get out there, our members took the lead, obviously online, and we had Kiri Pōtaka Jews in her little ditty, got over 3,000 views of encouraging people to participate in this, not on a particular model, on the particular option, but to participate in the discussion, over 3,000. Our man over the right here, doing his hip-hop or whatever you call it, he did it very well, and again, engaged quite a lot of the youth conversations in that space. And one of our rangatahi did TikTok. So, I mean, we used all sorts of options within the short space of time to engage, maximise our connect to our communities, and hence the submission, in our view, is based on their view. Kia ora tātou.
And just in closing, you'll see that Te Tatau's mentioned a fallback model and also mentioned the 50-50, Te Tiriti, the Fenton Agreement. But we also wanted to mention, it's not in the submission, but as far as Te Tatau's concerned, this representation review is part of a continuum of the democratic process. And it's about engagement in our people to participate. And that was really pleasing as far as Te Tatau's concerned. Regardless of the outcome the decision council makes, there's this groundswell and this interest and this engagement in the democratic process of Rotorua
We have 2
Lakes
minutes
Council.
remaining.
Ka pai.
Thank you. There's 2 minutes remaining, so if there are any questions, I'd like to thank you. Thank you, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Thank you very much for your submission, and I hear what you're saying about that desire for the 3 seats. I'm sure staff will cringe when I say this. If we were brave and pushed for 3 Māori wards seats, 3 general ward seats, and 4 at large, do you think that would work with iwi, with Te Arawa?
I think the important issue is the 3 guaranteed seats for Māori. The opportunity to extend wider than that, nobody's going to disagree with that. But the 3 guaranteed seats is essential in the context of the submissions we received.
Yes, Your Worship.
Kia ora, and thank you for your submission. Were we not brave enough? I asked Te Tatau, because that was breaking for New Zealand. when we got a partnership board, why did we get locked into Māori wards and not look at co-governance?
Again, Madam Chair, again, Your Worship, we took that issue out to our communities, as you know, and they came back with a view that they wanted Māori wards. This wasn't a position of Tatau. This was a position for them to tell us, as their māngai, to you, what they wanted. And they come back with the wards. And they saw that as a progressive step towards achieving initially a secured, guaranteed position for Te Arawa around the table. And that is a progressive step towards a treaty-based relationship. Tatau, or Te Arawa, as you know, we can be here today and at the whim of this council be gone tomorrow, because that's the way it's set up.
Right.
You know, I mean, I know it may not be on the table, but the fact of the matter that it's down for votes by consecutive council members who come into the space. That is my understanding, and if I've got it wrong, happy to be corrected.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much. We've used up the time, so thank you both for coming along and presenting this morning. Kia ora.
We're just getting our next submitter, or one of the next submitters, up on Zoom, and we'll bring the other submitter to the table.
Speak.
What's the number?
So thank you. Our next submitters are from Federated Farmers of New Zealand. Hilary Walker is on audio visual, and Colin Guyton. Just to advise, Mr. Guyton will also be speaking to his own personal submission within the 10 minutes. The Federated Farmers submission is on page 40, and Mr. Guyton's submission is on page 57.
Thank you, Isabel. Isabel, which one are we taking first then?
So it's the Federated Farmers submission on page 40.
Thank you. So that's Hilary. Thank you.
Yes.
Well, Morena Korua, good morning. Welcome to the submissions, to the hearings this morning. And so we'll go straight to you, Hilary. Good morning.
Well, so thank you. I think we're into afternoon now, aren't we, Madam Chair? But
We are indeed.
I know you've had a big morning. I have been watching with interest. So, so thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of Federated Farmers. Hopefully you are all aware that Feds does represent hundreds of rural ratepayers across the Rotorua district. And as business owners, food producers and people who live, work and play in this district, our members are directly affected by local government decision making, and as such do expect us to engage on their behalf on these processes. So we take it that our submission has been read, and so we read this statement just to summarise our position and to focus on the key purpose. Now, that key purpose was simply to open Council's mind to the principle of adopting a rural ward. The establishment of a rural ward has been sought since the at-large system was introduced in 2010. And we consider that a rural ward is required to meet the very important purpose of improving rural representation in council chambers. There is no dispute that rural communities are a specific community of interest in Rotorua District, meeting most of the key factors that are used to determine what a community of interest is. So in the interest of being brief, I will rely on the written submission and won't repeat those factors now. Rotorua Lakes has also most recently acknowledged that fact during this review of the current representation arrangements, and it was also more formally acknowledged by the determination of the Local Government Commission in 2016. So in accepting there is a genuine community of interest, it comes down to how that community is given fair representation. Whilst the continuing support of the Rural Community Board is acknowledged, it is our view that the board should be playing a secondary role to a rural councillor, not used as a substitute for one. Using information provided in recent staff reports, there are over 7,000 rural constituents living within the Rural Community Board boundary. Now, Rotorua Lakes didn't provide any information in the consultation documents with regards to how the population estimates align with the ward element, and aligns with the ward element of the council's proposal, and whether that meets the plus minus 10% fair representation requirement. We don't know how our option stacks up against that test either, and we don't have the ability to analyse population nest blocks and model various scenarios like Rotorua Lakes can. So we know that establishing a rural ward will require a ward boundary, and in that regard we consider the current rural community board boundary provides the best and most obvious starting place and is probably fit for purpose without requiring too much time and effort to implement. Our key point is that whilst we understand the purpose of the plus minus 10% threshold, there is discretion to breach that range should it be required to ensure communities of interest are fairly and effectively represented. We are asking for that discretion to be applied and note that the Local Government Commission has previously endorsed non-compliance with that rule in other areas based on the need to give fair representation to isolated communities of interest. It is accepted that the rural ward we propose would cover a large geographical area, which is why we are keen to see the Rural Community Board remain in support of a rural councillor rather than the either-or option, which seems to be Council's default position. Now, we appreciate that the Council has been working hard on this representation review process for a significant part of the year. The consultation material does not provide any meaningful explanation as to why rural wards have not been given any serious analysis. And staff reports indicate that significant effort went into seeking feedback and informing opinions on the table early in the piece. However, our opinion was not sought, in spite of our long-standing on-the-record position and interest in representation reviews. We did expect the 2016 Local Government Commission determination to have had some influence in the options which have been developed during this review process, and are disappointed to not see any evidence of that. The options which are on the table have relied heavily on the at-large voting, but with roughly 80% of Rotorua's population living within urban boundaries, rural-based candidates face significant hurdles getting elected in a general ward. Within the context of that same 80-20 split between urban and rural population ratios, and in relation to a Gisborne appeal to the Local Government Commission, the determination agreed that from a statistical perspective, moving to at-large elections risks rural areas having no representation on council. And to quote directly, the preponderance of urban elections must at least create a risk of urban voters and candidates dominating elections. Rural people at election time are presented with a list of candidates, many of whom are unknown to them, and whilst Rotorua Lakes advise that initial feedback supports their understanding that people want the ability to elect as many councillors as possible, that is not our experience with regards to rural community. In our experience, rural voters are quite comfortable reducing the number of votes they are eligible to make as a trade-off for informed and meaningful voting. Members tell us they don't use their full 10 votes because many of the candidates are unknown to them and have little in the way of policies and platforms that reflect the major rural concerns. This situation, in our view, is producing disengagement between rural people and council affairs, decisions and businesses. Quality over quantity is our preference, and by quality we mean the ability for candidates to be known, representative of distinct communities of interest found within this district. Our drive to have as much rural representation in council as possible does not stem from a misguided attempt to create favouritism or bias. We are fully aware of the oath councillors take to represent all people within the district fairly and equally once elected. Our unapologetic goal is to have rural representation on council to not only provide for rural perspectives, connections and knowledge, but because they have a diverse skill set and knowledge base learnt from running multi-million-dollar businesses with lots of moving parts as being essential to good governance. In our view, rural councillors bring skills and insights to the table which benefit the entire district. Now, we are aware of other submissions seeking to introduce a rural ward and want to acknowledge those. However, in speaking about other submissions, it would be remiss of us not to register how inappropriate we consider the Bay of Plenty Regional Council submission was to be. It was obvious from response to the questions this morning how inappropriate it is for one council to have an opinion on another's representation arrangements, which are surely only matters for a council and their constituents to determine. To be clear, this is not about the subject matter that was in the submission, but rather the principle of it. There are plenty of ways that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council can share their governance experiences with Rotorua Lakes without using this process. So just to conclude, our submission is to ask you to have an open mind to the option of having a rural ward. The ways to achieve it can be worked out once the principle is accepted. Though, as mentioned, given the existing acknowledgement that rural communities of interest exist, and the existing rural community board boundary, we don't think this should require too much of a leap of faith. Thank you for the opportunity to highlight those key concerns. We know you will carefully consider our submission, and we're keen to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. I'll ask one question and then perhaps we can move on to your... Hilary, I just wanted to ask, do rural folk not consider standing as councillors? Look, in my own situation, it took me 3 goes to get on, so obviously not known well enough, perhaps, or whatever, but I kept it up. So I'm just asking, do rural folk not consider standing for council?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that, Your Worship. I wouldn't have any experience or context around that. All I could suggest is that when you're faced with an at-large system and you're up against 35 other candidates and an 80% urban voter base, it's very difficult to get cut through in that space. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'll go to now Mr. Guyton. Thank you.
Colin Guyton. I'm the president of Federated Farmers for the Rotorua Lakes region, and I'm also a dairy farmer in Rotorua. I support the Federated Farmers submission. We went down the road of taking option 3 because we felt, not because it was possibly the best option, but it was the one that, as a rural folk, we were most likely to get a rural ward added to it, and so therefore that's why we went for that option. My own personal preference is that we keep the community board, because the community board was quite good at getting jobs on the ground done, but we also need representation around the table in council because we are big contributors to the council and we feel that a little bit left out, and that feeling is pretty much widespread, even though other commentators might not think it is. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillors, would you have some questions to both either Hilary or Colin? Thank you. Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe more to Hilary, because I'm referring to your presentation this morning and also the submission, but just around how you've suggested having a rural ward councillor to specifically be able to share the rural ward views. I'm sure you're aware, because the submission is excellent. Thank you for doing all your homework on it and providing a quality submission, but I'm sure you're aware as well that both the general and the Māori ward councillors must be elected to represent the entire district at whole. So I just want to clarify whether your suggestion is have someone from the rural community to ensure that their views are there, but they will still represent the entire district, or whether you're suggesting that they will be there only to represent the rural interests. And that's quite a major difference when it comes to having that person advocate for issues at the table. Thank you, Hilary.
Sure. No, thank you. No, we fully appreciate that there is an oath that is taken. It's about the diversity, I guess, around the chambers that we're keen to have, and that we fully believe a rural someone with rural experience can help to further that diversity. But in saying that, and I did have it in the submission, I'm sorry I haven't got it in front of me, but there was some direction too that was mindful that even though you're elected either from an at-ward system or at large, you still are cognizant of where you've come from, and that there is an element of representing those interests, but fully not one that that takes away from that oath that all councillors take.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Donaldson, did you have a question? Just the last question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do, and thank you, Madam Chair, through you. I'm not sure whether Hilary or Colin feels best qualified to answer this one, but I'm interested in why you've settled on 4 in the at-large. And is that, am I right in thinking that that's because you feel the rural voters need to have a greater say in the make of council? So that in effect would give them, if they're on the general roll, 5 votes.
Is that where you're coming from, rather than just one? If that seat came out of, they were all on the general roll, all the other seats. That's wrong. If you get me.
Did you want me to answer that, Colin?
Yeah, you can answer it. Yep.
Sure. Yeah, so we were mindful of keeping as close to the council's model as possible, to be honest, because we felt like that's where we could potentially get the greatest influence. And we were, you know, I was mindful of the material around equity and the number of votes, and very conscious that the preference seemed to be having that large component with as many votes as possible. To have as many people getting as a high number of votes as possible. So we wouldn't be in saying that, we wouldn't be comfortable with introducing a rural ward that only gave people in that ward one vote. And it's, which is, and I know you've talked about that model that Lachlan was introducing. That's another possible option, but to be honest, that's the bit that which would reduce the rural ward vote down to one, and we wouldn't be that comfortable with that. That makes sense?
Yes. Look, thank you both for your time this morning and presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hilary. Kia ora.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, and our next submitter is Everard Anson, and Mr Anson's submission is on page 49.
Thank you, Isabel. Good morning, Mr Anson. Thank you for coming along this morning. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon, everybody. I'm just a local ratepayer, been here 40 years. And mine is a fairly simple submission, I would think, based on what I've just heard. However, everyone has to say. So, and whether I'm on track, well, we'll find out. I'd like to offer my thoughts on the three options that have been put forward for Council for the next local body elections. The complexity in recent years in both parliamentary and local body election seems to be the reason for lower voter turnout. Public confidence, understanding in the process will only occur if it is kept simple. Of the three frameworks, option one appears to be the simplest, fairest and most effective representation for individuals and community. Options 2 and 3 appear more complex in their structuring, featuring Maori, general and at-large seats. Both 2 and 3, however, outwardly appear to give a possible range of benefits to voters on both Maori and general roll, but unfortunately opens the door for Maori ward and or general ward to gain uneven representation. Example, the general ward could end up with 8 seats, which would be unfair. Likewise, the Maori ward could end up with a possible 6 seats, which would be equally unfair and certainly not very democratic. Whereas option 1 has a Maori ward with 3 seats, which is a fair representation of the local Maori population of about 20,000, 28%. The general ward would have 7 seats and has a fair representation of population being around 50,000 or 72%. In all three options, one mayor is elected at large for both Maori and general wards. This option I believe to be both fair and representative of our local community. So, I urge all councillors to individually consider how fair option 3 is to our community. Do not be swayed by other more forceful councillors. You were elected by the people to serve the people. You have the strength to decide for yourself what is best and not what others want. No one person or group of people should have the power over others. Every person should have the right to be heard and listened to. Every voter has a right to be represented fairly. Our council should be making decisions that benefit all of our community, not just one group. After all, we are one people, one nation. We are all New Zealanders. Let's move forward into the 21st century together, not backwards into the 1800s. Rotorua has enough complex issues going on without adding more to them. To sum it up, we need to use the KISS method. Keep it simple, Simon, and go with option 1. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any councillors, would you have a question for Mr Anson? Oh, Councillor Yates.
So just to confirm, you referred to Māori only making up 28%. Are you, 28,000 population here. Are you aware that it is actually more than that and that it was based on those on the Māori roll? I just want to confirm that you know that difference.
I've got the figures from what was produced on the net for this area. That's where I got it from. And 28%, not 28,000. So 20,000 population, 28%.
You referred to population. I just wanted that confirmed.
Yeah. So there's about 70,000 people in Rotorua, approximately. 20,000 Maori and 50,000 others.
We're talking about the role. So we actually have a large population of Māori here, of which only 28% of that Māori population sit on the Māori roll. So I just wanted to be very clear that that's what we're talking about, the population of Māori and the percentage of Māori that are on the Māori roll. The rest of the Māori population, which is actually 54% of this population here in Rotorua, sit on the general roll. Ka pai?
Okay.
Thank you.
So basically everyone should have a fair go then, shouldn't they? Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along this morning, Mr Anson.
That's all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and our submitter is Liam Tamara-Benfall, and Liam's submission is on page 51.
Thank you. Kia ora and welcome to today's proceedings, and we look forward to hearing from you. Kia ora.
Kia ora, te mārei kura. Tuatahi, ko te mihiki tō tātou kai hana, ko i o te timatanga me te whakamutunga o ngā o katoa watihei mauri ora. Tuarua, tēnei aku mihiki te kaunihira o ngā roto o Rotorua nui a kahumata momoi, me ngā kai kaunihira katoa, tēnei aku mihiki a koutou. Ko Liam Tamara-Benfall tōku ingoa, he uri tēnei no mā tātua me tainui waka anō hoki. Ko ngai tūhoi, Ngāti Manawa, Ngāti Awa te toki, me waikato tainui anō hoki te iwi. Kia ora tātou engari, I tipua ki hau I raro I te maru o Te Arawa. Kia ora tātou. Tēnā koutou. My name is Liam Tamara-Benfall. I am a soon-to-be fourth-year law student at the University of Waikato, and I appear as the chairman of Te Pāti Māori ki Rotorua, and also as a representative of my tūpuna. Before I begin my submission today, I just wanted to take a moment to mihi to the maunga of Ngō Taha, the ancestral mountain of Te Arawa that has watched over these lands for millennia. I would also like to mihi to Rotorua nui a kahumata momoi and the various roto and awa that have sustained these lands and the people of these lands for millennia. Now, to begin my official submission, I would like to start by saying that I wholeheartedly welcome the introduction of Māori wards and would like to state for the record that it is well overdue. It is my belief that entrenched Māori representation fully acknowledges the unique, important and foundational relationship between the Crown and Ngāti Māori katoa. I believe that the implementation of Māori wards is a step in the right direction and is a step towards realising the aspirations of those various rangatira that signed Te Tiriti o Waitangi over 180 years ago. As the foundational document of Aotearoa, the treaty gives life to the principles of partnership, participation and protection. The concept of entrenched Māori representation aims to achieve the same thing. It aims to ensure the voice of the other treaty partner is heard in full so that true partnership may be realised. It allows our people to participate in the governance of this country in a way that is unchangeable by popular opinion. Finally, it ensures that our interests and rights as a people are protected, not just for this local election, but for every single local election that follows. The current representation arrangement proposed allows for one mayor elected at large, a single Māori ward comprised of 2 seats, a single general ward with 4 seats, and 4 seats elected at large. Organisations, as I've seen earlier this morning in various submissions, organisations such as the Rotorua District Residents and Ratepayers Association would have us believe that this kind of representation is unfair and undemocratic. However, from a formal and historical and legal perspective, democracy in Aotearoa is fundamentally flawed anyway. Democracy was invented in a country with only one race of people. It is not fully representative of a country formed of a bicultural constitution and a bicultural partnership. It has allowed for one group of people to write, interpret and to apply the law for 150 years, which creates a lot of the problems that we have in our society today. The implementation of Māori wards is a strategic, practical and treaty-acknowledging way of addressing these important fundamental flaws in our current legislative framework. In an ideal world, in my opinion, the governance of this country would be split evenly between the treaty partners so that the principles of the treaty may be fully recognised. However, because of so-called democracy, we find ourselves in a situation where we have to accept less than half of seats to meet legislative conditions imposed by that same majority. Now, I strongly support the implementation of Māori wards into Rotorua's local government structure, and I support this because these seats will not recommend like the Waitangi Tribunal, and they will not advise like ministerial committees. These seats will represent and be present at the decision-making table as representatives of their people and as lawmakers for this city. Although I am in support of Māori wards for Rotorua, I do not support the initial proposal for 2 Māori seats, 4 general seats and 4 at-large seats. The purpose of Māori wards is to give voice to the tangata whenua of your community. This is a voice that is tasked with representing the views of people, of Māori people, Māori businesses, Māori authorities, Māori iwi, Māori hapu and Māori communities in this rohe. Now, in consideration of the iwi Māori's invaluable economic, social, cultural contributions to this city, I believe the council should have 3 dedicated seats for Māori within the framework, within the current local government framework. This allowing 3 seats would also allow greater representation of our people at the decision-making table at the local government level. And I humbly submit that Council reconsider its initial proposal and increase the amount of Māori ward seats from 2 to 3, thus allowing for fairer and more equitable representation. Now, in my opinion, it is important to remember in your decisions as a council that iwi Māori is not a random group or class of people in this society. We are the other treaty partner, the other half of an agreement that formed this nation, and as such we claim the right to be heard. I do not believe that 2 seats is a great enough acknowledgement of the iwi Māori's status as a treaty partner. In conclusion, I'm a firm believer that in times like this we should always look to the wise words of our tupuna, or always look to the wise words of our ancestors. Now, one of our tupuna I chose was a tupuna from Waikato Tainui known as Kingi Tāwhiao. Now, Kingi Tāwhiao was the 2nd Māori king, and he once said, "Ko tahi te ko whao o te ngira, e kuhuna ai te miro mā, te miro whero, me te miro pango." There is but one eye of the needle through which the white, red and black threads must pass. Kingi Tāwhiao was known as a prophetic king, and the most common interpretation of his whakatauki is that people should work together as we are all equal, no matter the race, denomination or creed we come from. I thank and applaud those councillors that chose to embrace entrenched Māori representation. You have given our people a permanent place at the decision-making table, and that is something you can be proud of. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa, huri anō ki te whare e te mare kura.
Oh, kia ora. Thank you very much, Liam. And I'm sure there might be some questions, so I'll open it up to councillors. We've got a little time. Thank you. Your Worship, Your Worship.
Look, I'm looking around deferring. Kia ora, Liam, and thank you for your submission. What do you feel about those on the Māori roll, which was established for Parliament, not for local body elections, which box people on the Māori roll to only vote for 3?
My personal opinion is that the system is very flawed. That is my personal opinion, and I feel that the current legislative framework aims to work against the interests of our people currently. For example, only being able to change every 5 years when we have an election every 3 years, which doesn't make sense. Also, it's created for a national framework and not fit for local government. Also, I would like to see a system where we could change from Māori to general based on, we might have a general person in a general electorate that we really like, and I would like our people to have the option to switch roles, as is our right as Māori, but I do think that the current system is not fit for purpose.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Tēnā koe.
Tēnā koe matua.
Tēnā pai tō kōrero tēnei rā.
Kia ora.
Thank you for your submission. Pleasingly, you are, for me, I was listening, you're representing the voice of our Māori youth. And do you think our people are ready? I'm not saying that this is what it will be when we come to the decisions, but some are advocating for a 50-50. Do you think we're ready for it, or it's too soon, or it's another goal?
Pātai pai matua. I think our people have been ready for it for 180 years, in my personal and humble opinion. I think our people are quite capable and quite ready to take on those governance responsibilities. You take a 2-second look and look at trusts such as Pukeroa Urua Whata, at organisations such as Te Puia. I believe our people have demonstrated time in and time again that we are ready, capable and able to take on great responsibility, particularly at the governance level. And in regards to our rangatahi Māori, we have a whole generation of rangatahi that have become so passionate about our future. These policies are our future as rangatahi Māori, and excuse my language, but I'll be damned if I sit by and don't say anything. So, ai, kia ora for your pātai matua.
Thank you. Councillor Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through the Chair. I'd just like to say that if I was Māori today, Liam, I would be really proud because of the passion that you have delivered today and with what your vision is. I think the way you speak your language embodies what you feel for the future. And I get your message, and hopefully it is...
the question.
Sorry, I just wanted to compliment Liam in just how well he spoke.
Kia ora.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Liam. So we've concluded your presentation. Thank you very much. Yes.
Kia ora e ta whare.
Tēnō pai. Kia ora.
After I introduce, I think. So thank you. Our next submitter is Mr. Gary Page, and his submission is on page 53.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Page. Thank you for coming along this morning to present to the committee. Kia ora.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. This is
a new thing for me. I've never ever been involved in this type of process. I am an immigrant. I came to New Zealand in 2001. Then applied for my citizenship. I have now got my citizenship. And my biggest worry about the whole segregation and having separate seats is I came from a country where we had separate issues. And I saw how that worked, or how it actually didn't work. And that is why I left the country. And it scares me when I see that we are going down the same route of having entrenched by law seats. I have no problem voting for anybody of any colour, of any creed, who will do the job. Maybe I'm in the minority, and I hate to think that is true. That we can think that people are still in this day and age colourblind as to who they will vote for. It scares me. I hear people talking about different laws almost for different peoples in the same country. And I see it applied where we have the youth that are out of control. And it scares me. The only thing that I'm grateful for is that I am, by my own definition, over the hill and on my way out. But it scares me what we've left for our future generations in all of the countries, I believe, in the world. I heard the man speaking before me, and I hear his passion, and I've seen other young Maori that are so passionate, and I would quite happily vote for them. There is no reason for us to define ourselves by race. If we do that, we are heading back down into the dark ages. And I thought I'd left that far behind me. And it scares me when I see it trying to be pushed into law again. As I said, this is my first time at any of these things, so I don't know what to do. Then this is the only thing I can do, is I can say my say, and hopefully there will be people that will listen and make some choices. I see our youth of today are so lost, are completely and utterly lost. It scares me to think that my grandchildren are going to live in this world, because there's no justice, there's no consequences, there is nothing. And that scares me. Children need boundaries, and we have none. We have absolutely none, and that scares me. We hide behind all these race issues and social issues, but we actually do nothing to address them, and that scares me. Thank you.
Thank you. There might be some comments. I'll ask a question of you, Mr. Page, and I appreciate that as coming from overseas, you might not be fully aware of the history of our country. However, most of us are aware of the history of your country. So, but look, you might not know that earlier this year, the Minister of Local Government introduced legislation that would allow for councils throughout New Zealand to establish a Māori ward. And that was because every time a council, every time Māori wanted to have at least one seat, let alone 2 or 3, at the table, the decision-making table, democracy in that community voted it down, time and time again. So are you aware of that? because that's why now all around New Zealand, all councils are going through this debate at present, trying to ensure that those who have wanted one seat or one voice, democracy has voted them down.
The question I have then is quite simple, is why are they being voted down? Are their ideas not good enough? Are their ambitions not focused with the rest of the country? Because I'm no big fan of some of the things, but when I hear a Maori that speaks like the gentleman before me, that speaks with such clarity, I've heard two people now in the Maori, from a Maori ethnicity, that speak with such fluency and such beauty in the language. That is the thing that most upsets me listening to Maori, is the all the time. When you hear a man like that who's fluent, and you can hear it is his language and he's taken it in, I would vote for him any day because I can see his passion. What scares me is it gets voted down because people do not see the passion.
Thank you. Councillors, any questions for Mr. Page? No. Thank you, Mr. Page, for coming along today. Kia ora.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We'll adjourn for lunch now and be back at 25 past, so you've got a good amount of time there. Thank you. Thank you, councillors. We'll resume our meeting. No, she'll come along. Thank you. And you'll indicate the green button. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Our next submitter is John Martelly, and Mr. Martelly's submission is on page 55.
Page 55. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Martelly. Good afternoon, John. Welcome, and thank you for presenting this afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. As I've just been introduced, my name's John Martelly. I'm a rural ratepayer, and I've lived my whole life in the Rotorua Valley. Thanks for the opportunity to submit this afternoon. It's good to be able to have a say on the future makeup of Rotorua Lakes Council. The model that I'd like to see adopted may vary slightly from the one I submitted online. I'm not sure if that's allowable. If not, I'll just go with the one I submitted online. But I would like to see one mayor, 3 general wards, 4 at-large wards, 1 Maori ward with 2 seats, and 1 dedicated rural ward. I think this model would most fairly represent the makeup of our community and gives rural people a say and influence in line with their population base. I know that the rural population base doesn't quite meet the 10 for 1 recommendation, but I understand that there is room to tweak that rule, and I would hope that that be considered, would be well worthwhile, I think. Although the rural community covers a large geographical area, we're definitely a community of interest. We share the same unique bond of deriving our livelihoods from the land. A distinct culture exists in rural communities, and one only needs to attend a rural funeral or tangi to witness the widespread respect and bond we hold for each other. Due to the wide geography, I think it would be essential that we retain the rural board in its present form to support any future rural councillor. You can't beat having those eyes and ears on the ground to bring issues to the fore. I see the establishment of a rural ward as a positive move for all of the Rotorua's population, and I don't think it would detract from the urban population to give the rural people a voice. A healthy, well-resourced rural community can only provide even greater economic benefits for the region. And right now, with the unfortunate demise of international tourism, Rotorua requires all the support it can get from its primary base. I say unfortunate because I am as parochial about Rotorua as any other resident. Rotorua is my hometown, has been all my life, and I'd love to see its flagship industry back up and contributing in its full glory and to its full potential. Excuse me. We are an interdependent society. Excuse me. Rural folk rely upon the urban sector for services and social needs, as much as our city folk rely upon us for our primary industries. Indeed, the day may come when a similar but more specific, I'd say animal-specific pandemic, think foot and mouth, could disable our industry, and we would become hugely reliant on the income from tourism and non-agricultural industries. We need and we depend on each other. So obviously, local governments carry an important responsibility, if not obligation, to keep all contributing industries resourced with good infrastructure and well represented so as they can voice their concerns. We need to be able to respond to our community's needs and produce to our full potential. Unfortunately, at present, rural communities throughout the nation are suffering. suffering what I would call a crisis of confidence. Rural communities are struggling for services, transport, communication, medical, mental health. We struggle to keep our social and educational facilities viable. We even struggle to attract labour into our industries and young people to buy our businesses. It's a hugely ironical problem that a sector so economically important and iconic to New Zealand's identity is struggling to have a voice, to feel included, appreciated and appreciated for the contribution we make. You just need to think about the Groundswell protests. There's a lot of frustration out there in the rural sector. I'm convinced the establishment of a rural ward would lead to better tangible outcomes for our rural communities. I do appreciate the difficulties of running a multifaceted organisation like the Council. It can be very hard to prioritise issues which are not in our immediate sphere of concern. This is where I think a rural councillor, elected by rural voters and in touch with our needs, would be able to bring tangible benefits. Beyond those tangible benefits, I think the morale and confidence boost that our communities would receive by having our voices heard and our vote counted would be massive. Page here. I make an impassioned request to you today that you make this small but logical change to the future structure of Rotorua Lakes Council. It would be a significant step forward in urban-rural relations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. There may be some questions from councillors. Yes, Your Worship.
Just a question about the current rural board. Have you met with them, and do you feel that they're representing your views? Because we get them here.
Yes, that's right, but in the same context, they're only an advisory board. I think they do their best, but I'd prefer to see one of them sitting at the council, just the same as the Maori people had the same issue for many years. They were only an advisory board.
Thank you. Councillor Donald.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and pardon my ignorance, John. Well put submission, and I very much along the lines of the Federated Farmers submission. My question was the I guess rural-urban communities of Ratepayers, Mamaku, and to a lesser extent Kaingaroa Village. How do you see, I guess, could you expand upon how they fit into the rural scene? Would they be well represented by a rural ward councillor, in your view?
Well, I don't think they'd be any less represented, especially if we kept the rural board. They would have the opportunity to put forward rural board members who in turn could report, and with the lead of the councillor, I think they could only be enhanced by having a councillor at the table. You know, they have different but similar issues to ourselves. You know, they struggle to keep their services. You only need to go into those areas, and we're lucky in Ratepayers, I guess. We are seeing a little bit of progress recently, but for a long time, areas like even Golden Springs that's dying, you know, the place is dying. And I'm not saying specifically that a rural councillor could turn that around, but it's a small step that it would be more of a morale boost than anything, I think, for people to have their own representative. I think it would be well worthwhile.
Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and thank you, John, for your passionate submission and also reminding Council of the significant economic player that our rural community is. The question that I had, just wanted to clarify, when you want a rural councillor, is that someone who's voted in democratically from the rural area, just as our rural community board is voted in from the rural area? And then also, I see in your submission you're supportive of retaining both community boards. So then do you see the rural community board then working as a support for the rural councillor?
Yeah.
Or the rural councillor representing independently There's a bit of a difference, so I'm just checking to see what you'd like.
No, I think they'd work, in cohesion, they'd work together. I don't think a rural councillor, it's a big geographical area, could actually get around and be au fait with all the small issues that people have. They would need their rural community board to bring those issues to the councillor, but I see the rural councillor as needing to be voted in by rural people. And I think in my initial submission, I mistakenly really said I'd be prepared to do away with one of the at-large wards, or our vote in that, so as we could have a specific rural councillor, and I'd be prepared to stand by that, because to have that specific rural councillor would be worth it, to me at least anyway.
John, I have a question for you. It wasn't all that long ago when the majority of councillors sitting at the table here were actually from the rural community. So, and that's not all that long ago. So have they just disengaged or decided it's too difficult to put stand alongside of everyone else? Because in my situation, it took me 3 goes to get onto council. So I'm just asking, do they just think, well, ho-ha or something like that?
Yeah, possibly. There's probably an element of that, I would suggest. I think we also even, we need to educate our rural population how to vote strategically in order to get a rural councillor. But I guess more than anything, what has prompted it is that the government has changed the law that now we can have communities of interest represented. So we've pushed ahead and taken the opportunity to try and get a rural community of interest represented in that fashion, because it's way probably Len Carl when the two councils, the city council and the county council, amalgamated. Something happened, and I guess we lost focus on our local representatives.
Thank you very much. I think that's our time up too. It's our time.
Right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Our next submitter is Theo Vandenbroek, and Mr Vandenbroek's submission is on page 59.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr Vandenbroek. Thank you. Nice to have you presenting this afternoon. Kia ora.
Hello.
Whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Okay. My name's Theo Vandenbroek, as you already know that. I have never in my life done anything like this. I was nervous as hell and I've prepared nothing. This is all off the cuff. And the fact that I've never done this before, I think all you councillors should take note of that, because I just feel some of the decisions, particularly the ones in the last month by this council, have been absolute howlers. So in my submission, actually I'll backtrack that a bit. When you sit in this room now and you look at the makeup of this council, ethnicity, gender, age are well distributed. At the last election, all the candidates put their hand up, they canvassed, they got voted on. Now, somewhere along the line, this council has decided to introduce 2 Māori wards, and that's a decision this council made, and that's not up for discussion. But I feel that the moment that was done, surely you should have had 3 candidates in the Maori wards and 7 candidates in the general wards, and don't have this mathematical equation justifying it. And you've got the council's mathematical equation justifying why this is good, and then you've got the other side, there's another mathematical equation saying this is not good. keep it simple. Because once people people in the middle like me, you go, I'm confused. Not that I didn't prepare anything, I just did write some bullet points. So basically, that's the guts of my submission. That's where I'm coming from. One vote, one person. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very clear. Are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and welcome, Theo, and thank you very much. We acknowledge that this is quite a large room, actually, with lots of people to hear you, so we really appreciate you coming along for the first time, and we certainly don't take that for granted. I did want to ask you a question about your submission, because I was really interested to see, for the community boards, you suggest that the councillor delegated to the community board should be an advocate for the respective board and vote accordingly at the council table. So if you could just elaborate on that, is that your way of ensuring that, because that is the current structure, like I'm on the Lakes Community Board, Councillor Fisher-Wang is on the Rural Community Board, and then it's expected that we come back here and advocate, but not necessarily mandated, which I think is what you're trying to propose. So if you could elaborate on that, I think that's a really interesting perspective.
Your reading is exactly right. I listened to Johnny speak. Johnny was after a rural ward, and the council would speak for that ward. What I'm trying to say right is the councillor, whoever is delegated to the rural community board, listen to the board and convey that to council, have some form of obligation of following that through council re-voting. Is the right? This come.
Oh,
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if you've read the oath the council has taken and they're sworn in, but it's to represent the entire district, the interests of the entire district, which puts attention on the councillor to a community board actually required mandate to just take cognizance of the view of the interest of the whole district. But does that change your thinking?
You're right. Need to make the view of the whole district. Feel the council could do that. Not by listening to the rural community, then coming to a council meeting and then ignoring everything he or have heard. I'm giving examples. Not saying it's happening. I'm saying it's got that community's back.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Landrock. Thank you. Thank you for moving in a bit earlier than you were scheduled to do so. So thank you very much. Nice to have you with us this afternoon.
My privilege. Thank you. Yes. Yes. My background is I'm a former scientist and I've been in Rotorua 40 years on this. So this is the first time I've ever, 50 years close to, that I've ever felt the need to come to and present or to talk to a hearing such as this. So the point there just illustrates my concern about the whole process. So in my brief presentation today, I just wanted to cover one or two things, but the person who really sums it up from my perspective is the one before lunch, Mr. Page from South Africa, and his words were, "I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared." Yeah. Now here's a man who's lived in both countries, so he knows what goes on there. And where we're at there, we're on a pathway of division. Instead of being one people, one vote, etc., there we're on a path of division. So my limited, you've heard many eloquent speakers this morning, and giving you most of the pros and the cons of the whole issue involved, and bless them for what they do. So mine is just really focused on the at-large wards in there, and it's basically, it seems to me, to be a jack-up, a gerrymander, for want of a better term, and just a hijacking of power, potentially. Now, when you open the door to something, it can be very small, but it opens the door and it's on its way. And it's like a tree and it grows. And you don't know a tree grows until you've been away for it for a while and you come back down the track. Yeah, so going back to Mr. Page in there, I asked you to contemplate the amount of effort involved for him to come before you today. So he's quite a foreigner, comes to New Zealand, has some difficulties with language, but he's here doing his thing because he's scared. And my concern is to do with what legacy do we leave our children? Do we want one where there's going to be co-governance or two quote tribes, or we're going to be one people? What direction are you going to go in? In South Africa, we know what happened, and Mr. Page, he knew what happened because he was there. So this morning I heard a reference to. I'm just going to conclude in a moment. There's just need to go back to keep things simple. From my limited understanding, the ward systems makes things complicated. So just keep it simple. Like the man said this morning, was it KISS, what he said? Yes, indeed. Keep it simple. Was it stupid, was it? No, I'm not sure. Yeah, anyway. So keep it simple. That's definitely the way to go. And the words I heard mentioned this morning, the presenter from the Ratepayers, and he said, at your peril. If you could push this through, it's at your peril. I would say it's even more than that. And if I was to use the words of Greta Thunberg, the climate activist, he would say, shame on you, shame on you. So contemplate those words and we'll see where we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. I don't know, any questions at all? No. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, if you're ready to go, I'm ready to go. Yep. Thanks for coming a little bit early. That's great. So I'll introduce you to the committee so you can take a seat. Thank you. So thank you. Mr. Wills has also arrived early, so his submission can be found on page 66. It's Alan Wills.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Wills. Thank you. Nice to have you with us today presenting. So thank you. Kia ora.
Thank you. Greetings to our Mayor and councillors. Firstly, I need to say that I support the comments and arguments put forward by my fellow Rotorua and Federated Farmers colleagues. I also need to put another perspective in front of you. I've been given 10 minutes, including question time, so I'll get to the points that I wish to make. Since the amalgamation of the Rotorua City and County Councils in the mid-70s, there has been a progressive cancer-like erosion of the rural representation on the Rotorua District and now Lakes Council, to the extent now that there is no designated rural councillor. As other submitters have said, I'm sure they've said that the rural area is one of the powerhouses of our regional economy. That was recognised for a reasonable period with a ward system based on north, south, east and west areas, the north, south, east and west areas of the region. The names of good, solid, feet on the ground contributors were representing their various wards. I mentioned Cliff Sante, Dick Hulse, Matt Tamahiri, Alec Ross, Len Carl and Bowie were some of the well-known names that spent time as councillors. For some of you older people, you'll remember those names, but there's a few young ones here that perhaps won't. John Keeney, of course, was chairing the County Council at the time and was Mayor of the first amalgamated region. He, of course, was followed by Graham Hall and then Kevin Winters, all people with rural backgrounds. I appreciate that geographical ward structure across the whole electorate means that if several good candidates live in the same area, then one or some will miss out. So what we're saying is establish one ward for the rural area and then continue with the proposed structure by taking one seat from the general ward. Where I feel the council is doing a disservice to itself and the rural community is that there is little chance under the current structure of having a rural representative on the council. The problem is that being rural, we don't have a high profile in the urban environment, where we need to win the hearts and minds of the urban voters. There's a natural separation of rural and urban. Urban people don't have a lot of contact with those of us who live rurally. I can explain it this way as well. For rural people, we naturally access the urban environment for business, retail, entertainment and health facilities. But few, to name a few, but for those living in the urban area, it's not easy to access the rural environment. It's not something that happens naturally. I need to comment that we have some very capable people out there who are serving their local community and would be very capable of making a balanced contribution to your council, our council. Virtually everyone is in business and with a good understanding of governance responsibilities. These are the people we and you need to attract to the table. Personally, I consider now is the right time for you to consider a more inclusive council representative structure so that the rural area has a councillor as part of your team. So, Mayor Steve and councillors, I am challenging you to consider and to understand why you should establish a rural ward rather than why you should not. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Walls. There may be some questions from councillors. Yes, Your Worship.
Hello, Ellen, and good afternoon. And you've been on this for a long time. I'm very aware of that. But are you suggesting that we have a rural ward and no rural board? Because we fought very hard to get the rural board, which works very hard.
Yeah, Steve, I actually sort of anticipated that question. And
good.
And look, for me, and I think for a lot of the rural people, it's having a seat at the table, around here, councillor table. Yeah, all right. That's how I see it. If it's got to be one or the other, it would be a seat on the council, if you're asking us to make that call. That's my call.
Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Ellen, for your presentation, and thank you for the the history of since the amalgamation, and the various ones have been there. And you even named 3 former farmers and mayors who've looked after our city and district for over 36 years or something. And now we have more diversity. That time we didn't have a lot of Māori on board at all. We were lucky to even have a councillor. But since then, so I'm not saying the tide is turning or anything, but the diversity. Would you agree that even it's hard for Māori to get on council, it's hard for rural people to get on council, but in actual fact, it's hard for any of us to get on council if you look at it that way. I'm asking you that you're wanting that, the question I've got is, you're wanting that one set aside to come from the at-large component, is it?
Is that what I said? I think it is, yeah. No, I said the general ward. Yeah, the general ward.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. The question that I had, and I completely hear the issues that you've raised on why there should be better representation of the rural area on council. Many of those arguments could be exactly the same for the lakes area. You think about Rotuiti, Rotorua, up to 45 minutes away, and the difficulties in accessing those council services, but equally a very important part of our community. So you do say in your submission that you agree with community boards. Does that mean that you would also, or would it be reasonable to also use your argument for there to be better representation of the lakes areas as well? Or are you just saying that there is only, that you would only like to see more representation of the rural area?
Well, I understand that to accommodate a rural ward, we might need to include the lakes area because of the numbers. Is that the case? Can someone confirm that?
No.
That's not necessarily the case?
No, that's not necessarily the case.
Well, if you ask me to make a choice, I'm saying, yes, let's have a rural ward. Because I think the dynamics of the people are different. The lakes people live in a tight congregated area in a general sense. I'm not saying that's specific, but you know, you go out to Te Arawa and so forth, there's a lot of people living out there. And I think they, although they call themselves lakes, they are really a distant urban dweller rather than a rural dweller, in my opinion. And so I'm saying that I would like to see a rural ward at least for the southern area. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. So that concludes the time.
Well, thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Sorry, I've turned your microphone on. Thank you. Our next submitter is Kepa Morgan, and Mr. Morgan's submission is on page 63.
Ai, tēnā koutou. Nei rau aku mihi kia koutou. Aha ko kei raro te maru o te mata uruta ka te mahi tonu. Nā tēnā ngā ringa raupā te kaunihira tēnā koutou. Kia ora. So thank you for the opportunity to present my thoughts on the representational review. Primarily, and I assume that everybody's had a chance to read through the points, I think that the representational review has provided an opportunity to give a better voice for iwi, hapu and the Māori community in general. I think that the difference between what we have now and what we will have with Māori seats is that we'll have Māori elected members in the Māori seats, who will have a mandate to speak specifically to issues affecting Māori. And given the number of issues that are affecting Māori in the city, I think that's not a bad thing. So if we're going to have Māori representation to give better voice to the issues for Māori, proportionality is a big issue. So I think the maximum number of mandated voices for the Māori community within the mix is the best option. Now, whether that be 2 Māori and 4 general, or 3 Māori and 6 general, with the mayor at large, is a choice for council, I suppose, following these discussions. But to me, given that the Three Waters reforms and the other changes happening to the local government sector, they mean that councils won't have as much responsibility as they have in the past. And I think that actually provides an opportunity to reduce the numbers and create a more efficient outcome for the ratepayers of Rotorua. So at-large seats, I fully understand the arguments for those and that we might get more votes, but I'd prefer to think that I have votes that count. I'm not saying that the at-large seats don't count. It's just that with Māori as a minority, they won't count for Māori. So, koina, those are my main points, except for the community boards. I do actually have an issue with the community boards. Reynold and others have mentioned about the democratic right to representation. I think the community boards actually skew that, and they provide additional voices to non-Māori, given the representation that sit on those community boards and the voice that they have. So it's something to think about when those community boards are given seats as of right on council's committees. Yeah, I'm all for democracy, so 2 and 4, 3 and 6, plus the mayor. No community boards. In terms of the Lakes Board, the Lakes Committee, I think that actually should be rightfully given to Te Arawa Lakes Trust. They do, after all, own the lakes on behalf of Te Arawa. And I think it's interesting that we have an idea that people that live in a particular place should be privileged because of where they choose to live, rather than having their vote, as they do, and, you know, having a democratic system that Reynold talks about. So, kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Kepa. Thank you for presenting. We've got a couple of hands up, so I'll go straight to you, Your Worship, first, and then Councillor Donaldson.
Yes, Kepa, as a new member of Tatau, what would your view be on keeping Tatau or Te Arawa?
I don't think Tatau or Te Arawa's position in the conversation is even a consideration here. That would be something for council to look at the next, when the next election happens. So maybe it's a red herring. I don't think the representational review will produce anything that's perfect. I think the inclusion of Te Tatau or Te Arawa as a part of the decision-making was something that was a step in the right direction. But for Te Arawa, if it was truly representative of the treaty partnership, it would be 50-50. And that wouldn't just be on committees, it would be on all decision-making tables. So I don't think the question of whether Te Tatau stays or not is that issue. Kia ora, Stevie.
Thank you. Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Dr Morgan. My question is regarding your view on the total numbers. So you see the Three Waters review, given that it's not yet cast in stone, but albeit it may, as an opportunity to reduce those total numbers. So do you see the total numbers as being representative of the mahi to be done by the council, or the number of people it represents, given that we have a growing community?
It's a good question, Dave. I think given that we're moving to an arrangement that has Māori seats and general seats, the representation will be more specific. But even with the at-large seats that we've had, some communities get left out. I think what makes an efficient number for effective leadership, my preference in governance roles that I've held is a smaller, more effective unit, maybe is the way to go. Yeah, if I'm really honest, I think some of the ideas of national politics tend to creep into local body politics when the numbers are large. And, you know, you see that with Auckland and some other places. So, kia ora.
Thank you. Councillor Kaifong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kepa, you were part of the Tatau engagement around the Māori wards, and we have a recommendation from Tatau in their submission that there be 3 Māori seats, but your submission is your preferred option is only 2 Māori seats?
Kia ora, Sandra. My submission is if we're going to have 2 Māori seats, we'd have 4 general seats and a mayor, full stop. That's around reducing the numbers. If we had 3 Māori seats, I would suggest 6 general seats and a mayor. I think the addition of the at-large seats confuses it. Yeah, it might sound separatist, but separatist isn't necessarily bad. Our treaty is separatist. It has 2 parties, and I think to get genuine progress in that direction, we need to speak with authority from those positions. So, kia ora.
Councillor Tapsell.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you. And kia ora, Dr. Kepa. Thank you for bringing your wealth of te ao Māori and also local government. It's very clear in the submission. The question that I have is just around a part of your submission that says that Māori role seats have a much stronger mandate to raise and advocate issues for importance to tangata whenua. And I think you may have just encapsulated what many others have been trying to articulate, because obviously we have a very high Māori proportion on this council in Rotorua. We're lucky to have had that for quite some time now. But is what you're saying is, even though the Māori councillors will have to advocate on behalf of everyone, like all councillors, are you saying that because they've been voted just by Māori, that they would therefore have more of a mandate to be representing Māori interests and tangata whenua interests? I'm just trying to make sure that we really understand what you're trying to tell us.
Yes. So if you look at national politics, our Labour MPs, our national MPs and so on, while there are Māori in those parties, they, first and foremost, they are obligated to their party platform. In terms of the Māori Party, they unreservedly speak with the Māori voice. And I know that all the MPs in Wellington swear to represent for the best interests of everybody. And the same thing happens here in council. But I think having a genuine mandate also brings with it a genuine accountability back to a group, and if the outcomes aren't equitable, we know who to go after. Kia ora.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, McVicar.
Kepa.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you. Our next submitter is Ryan Gray. Submission is on page 69. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, everyone, for having us here today. Firstly, I just wanted to quickly say thank you to those elected members that were brave enough to support the establishment of the Māori wards. We've been fortunate in the past to have a high calibre of tangata whenua deciding to give their time to public service. But as I saw a whakatauki that said, he manako te koura I kore ai, which roughly translated means crayfish are scarce when they are expected. Which is an analogy in this context that means there's no guarantee that representation will continue into the future. So it's a great move that we've taken to ensure that representation is there. It's not only welcome, but I think that's vital. As I detailed in my submission, I think the current proposal is unfair and unjust as it gives a greater say to the general role about decisions that are made at council. Put another way, the time of Pākehā saying what's best for Māori is long gone. The council should seek to ensure that everyone has an equal say no matter their electoral role. As you're no doubt aware, the council is hamstrung by an overly parental central government who enforces rules upon local government via the Local Electoral Act, making deciding representation settings difficult at best. For example, the Schedule 1A12, which relates to the calculation of membership in Māori and general wards, is incredibly limiting when it comes to ensuring tinotanga tinotanga as prescribed in Te Tiriti. I appreciate that some effort has been made by Council to meet obligations under the Act. However, in doing so, I believe the current model falls short when it comes to ensuring everyone gets fair representation via their vote. But that's where you will come in. As noted in the Council's Representation Review proposal document, the Local Government Commission may allow Council to have different levels of representation to ensure fair representation. If there was a will of elected members to attempt to convince the Commission, then I would strongly suggest you do so. Assuming the Commission can be convinced, the Council should reduce the size of the General Ward and increase the size of the at-large ward in a way that would ensure that both those on the Māori and the General role have the same number of votes. As my submission noted, you could move 2 from the General into the at-large ward, giving everyone the same number of votes. Alternatively, I'd also support a move which would ensure greater representation for Māori. For example, the proposed Te Tatau or Te Arawa model, which would see the 3 Māori seats established. This would go some way to both honour the generosity to Rotorua by Ngāti Whakaue and Te Arawa, and also attempt via representation to right the negative impacts that colonisation has had on tangata whenua over generations, which has led to many of the issues we're facing today. Rotorua Lakes Council have been leaders when it comes to honouring Te Tiriti via Te Tatau or Te Arawa model, amongst other moves we've made. However, I note those representing Māori and Rotorua have submitted largely against the model that Council are proposing, in part due to the lack of fair representation it would achieve. All councillors, whether from Māori or general seats, are required to represent and make decisions for the good of all the Rotorua. Research shows what is good for Māori is good for all. I implore you all to move to a model which ensures fair representation and equal voting rights for all.
Thank you, Ryan. There may be some questions. Oh, yes, Your Worship.
Interesting, Ryan. So you really are, in a nutshell, talking about co-governance?
In a roundabout way, sure. I mean, that's
just
what
Te
Tiriti gives us.
And,
but, yeah.
Councillor Donaldson?
Or maybe you have, in a different way, you're talking about equal suffrage. Is that what you're talking about?
I just think it's fair that everyone has the same amount of votes. I mean, if you are someone on the Māori role, someone on the general role, they'll get to vote 6 versus 8. That just seems unfair. I think we should all have a say over who represents us in the city.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming along. Thank you. Okay. Oh, fine. Okay. Okay. I just want to go through. Oh, hang on. She might be coming in.
Take a seat and I'll introduce you.
Do I start speaking or do they invite me?
They'll invite you, so the chair will invite you and then you can start speaking.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Our next submitter is Jim Roth with his daughter Jocelyn, and Mr. Roth's submission is on page 71.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Have you with us this afternoon?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for letting me come and speak for a few minutes. I moved into the Rotorua area 54 years ago. I moved in with my wife and 2 children. We bought a very rundown farm at Ngāti Whakaue. I was born and bred in Wairoa. The school there was 60% Māori and 40% the rest. So I had lots of Māori friends. We played football together, we socialised together, we were mates. There was never ever any conflict between the 2 peoples. In 1958, when I was 24, I married a Māori girl. In those days, it was not an accepted thing to do. We had met when I was 18 and she was 15. Then I was working in her area in southern Ruapehu, and she was still in 5th form at school. But anyway, we parted our ways, and she went on to nurse in Palmerston North. And then later on, we got together and got married. We have 3 children who identify their Maori heritage. My son speaks fluent Te Reo, and he speaks it to his 3 children, which to me is very cute. When you see this Maori man talking to a little blonde-haired girl and she talks back to him in Te Reo, it's beautiful. In 1948, after the war, was the first year that the All Blacks went to South Africa. And in those days, the All Blacks went off, but the Māori boys had to stay home. They were not accepted. And that carried on until the late 60s or early 70s when David Longy said, enough. If the Māori boys can't go, the All Blacks don't go. And that was part of the pressure the world put on South Africa to get rid of their racial policies. New Zealand was the first country in the world to give women a vote, and that's something that's recognised around the world. Now this council here, it was voted on 1 person, 1 vote. And I believe there are 4 Māori representatives around the circle, all voted in on a first past the post. And if what I read in the paper is correct, that the Maori population is about 28 or 30%, it means that a hell of a lot of non-Maori voted for you 4 Maori people. They voted for you not because you were Maori. They voted for you because they thought you were good people to represent the ratepayers of this country. Parliament in Wellington, there are 7 wards. There are 7 Maori people there represented, but when you look at the roll, there's a whole lot bloody more than 7 Maori people in council, in Parliament. And they are there because people voted for them, thinking that they were good people who represent them. I believe now that the council here it's been passed that you have to have a Maori ward with 3 councillors. That's fine. My son told me at lunchtime when I was talking to him, that's under the treaty. They got to have a say. I said, well, that's good. And then I believe the rest will be in a ward with 7 councillors. Well, that's okay too. But then I hear suggestions that there's going to be a ward in the middle with all on it. Well, that's what we got now when you people were voted in, isn't it? And I said that to my son about this other ward, and he said, "Oh, Dad, that's double dipping. You can't have that." Well, if that should come to fruition, I'm worried that people voting on that middle ward will vote strategically along racial lines, and that would be going back to what South Africa had and we helped get rid of. That's about all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Roth. I'm sure there might be a question or two. Yes, Your Worship, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you.
Great view put firmly on the table, Jim. The issue, I think, is that those on the Māori roll are on the Māori roll for parliamentary purposes, but not for local government. And so we're trying to find a model that means that those, so we get better representation here, that those aren't boxed into only voting for 3. So that's that bit in the middle that you're trying to get your head around?
Yeah.
What do you feel about that?
I don't really understand it all the whole thing about it. I'm just a retired farmer. I'm not up with all that. But my thoughts are there's nothing to stop Maori people standing in the at-large ward, in the ward where the rest non-voters, non-Maori vote. But I believe, and my son's a mathematician, my son is the first Maori in New Zealand to qualify PhD in physics and maths. So he said to me, "Dad, you can't do that as double dipping." So I say, why can't Maori people stand in the ward where everyone, the non-Maori, vote? And if they're good people, they'll probably get in. They don't have to be separated. The separation thing is not good. My wife and I were married for 22 years before she passed away tragically. And we never ever once had any comparison between the two of us. Our children grew up as ordinary people, but they still recognise their Maori heritage. I'm very proud of them, and I'm proud of the life that my wife and I had together. It's the separatism I don't like.
Thank you, Mr. Rolfe. Councillor Yates.
Kia ora, and tēnā kōrua. He rawa ki te whakarongo ki a koe, Jim, and me mihi ka tika ki tō makau.
My hearing's not good.
That's okay. I was speaking in Māori and I was just acknowledging you and your whānau, and especially your wife and your children. O tira their whakapapa. So I just wanted to talk about the 28% because I've actually heard it a few times today. So when we talk about the 28% of our Māori population that are on the Māori roll, so that's all that gets to vote. The rest of the percentage actually sit in the general roll. So we still have a large number of Māori that sit in the general roll to vote. So I was just wanting to make that definition.
I see. Yeah, I understand.
Which is why we were looking for a model that gave that 28% an option to also vote for other Māori that might be sitting on the general or non-Māori. So yeah, there was just a slight thing there. It has come up a lot, so I think it's been a little bit of confusion for many when they hear the 28%. But thank you so much for putting your view across today. We really felt your passion. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Mr. Rolfe. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Kia ora.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joss, for accompanying me.
Deborah Bradley.
So I'll just introduce everyone and then you can start. Sit there and so thank you. I'd like to introduce our next submitter, Deborah Bradley, and on page 75, and also to thank Deborah for turning up so early. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes, good afternoon, Deborah. Thank you for coming along and presenting this afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you for this opportunity. You can hear my voice quivering away, but I shall proceed. So I really appreciate the opportunity to submit on this 2022 representation review. A little bit of background. I was born and raised in Rotorua, and I'm recently returned as a resident, and I'm happy to be here too. I'm presenting my own personal views as an individual. So learning what is going on in the community and the fact that the critical decisions that are being made through this review will have a far-reaching long-term impact, these are the things that have brought me here today. My views on the representation review are as follows. Preferably, in my view, we would have retained 10 at-large councillors under the current equitable system in which 100% of voters could vote from the same pool of candidates, regardless of the role that they are registered on. However, the decision passed by Rotorua Lakes Council to have Maori wards has divided constituents by electoral roll. So to move on from this decision, the most democratic option must be based proportionally on the two electoral rolls, being 28% plus 72% of the electoral population, which with 10 councillors equates to 3 Māori seats and 3 general seats across the district. I believe that this would continue to maintain diversity of councillors to represent our diverse communities. My reasons for this are that it is simple and it is most similar in format to the current system, so most easily understood by voters. Also, it is directly proportional to the electoral population, or populations, therefore provides equity and is democratic. The mixed model proposed by Council is not as simple and is perceived by some constituents as favouring some while disadvantaging others. The at-large component, in my view, is confusing. It adds uncertainty in the different roles of the councillors. People will potentially become less trusting of a system they see as lacking transparency, which will in turn lead to less engagement and further division. To transition from the current 10 at-large councillors to the 3+7 model is, I believe, more simple and more straightforward for voters. The Council has stated it wants a resilient and sustainable local government. It wants the trust and confidence of the public, and it wants to provide an effective partnership for the betterment for social, environmental, cultural, economic well-being of all of us. If the council really does seek full community engagement, then the 3+7 model is the most sound and democratic approach. It is critically important that we are all represented proportionally to the electoral roles, and that democracy is strengthened in this place that we all share and that we all want to thrive in now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Don't want to put you on the spot, but I've heard your explanation so often today, and here we go again. So I just wondered if you'd like to, it's just around the 28%. I think you just put it so succinctly, and it might just help you to
I do understand that. I do understand that some people have chosen, or everyone has chosen, which role they wish to be on. Some, such as myself, have no choice, where I'm on the general role, but others have a choice. I understand that not all Maori people are on the Maori role. Is my understanding correct?
Thank you.
So what I did actually want to say, though, with regards to your submission, it's just you mention in your submission that 72% of non-Māori are in that 72%. 72% are on the general role. So there are Māori and non-Māori in the
general. Yes. Did I? Sorry, I did.
It states it
was
in
that
here
not clear?
as, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
In the submission, it's actually black and white. 28% Māori, 72% non-Māori.
Oh, my apologies. Yes, I do understand that. So I apologise. It's very clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you, Councillor Wang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Deborah, for your submission and speaking to us today. I really appreciate it. My question really was around your submission here on question 9, where you do not agree with the proposal for an at-large group of councillors because it does not demonstrate equality and fosters imbalance and divide. There are some other members, other submitters who have said, put forward other ideas of representation, such as, everyone has 8 votes. So, 2 in the Māori ward, 2 in the general, and 6 at large, where everyone has 8 votes. For them, that is perceived as more fair and equitable representation. What are your views on that?
I consider that proportional representation is democratic, and therefore I consider the 3+7 model the most appropriate.
Thank you. Any further questions? No?
Thank you very
so
much.
much. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, councillors. Look, we don't have any until what time? Till 3:15. We don't have anyone else until 3:15, so we will take a break. We've now been on the job for 6 hours, so I do have to move and seek a mover and a seconder, because under under Standing Orders 4.2, the hearing cannot continue more than 6 hours from the start. So that includes any adjournment. So I'd like to ask a mover and a seconder, please, that the committee resolves to extend the hearing by more than 6 hours. Thank you, Mrs Trumper. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson. I'll put that motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Contrary, thank you. So we'll be back at 10 past, so that we can start promptly. Thank you.
Oh, I can't see. Hello everybody, welcome back. So I'd like to introduce to you submitter David McPherson, and submission is on page 73.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr McPherson. Welcome, and nice to have you with us today to talk to your submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to address you today on this important matter. I apologise to you in advance for the poor quality of my voice at present. The after effects of pneumonia sometimes leave me a bit breathless when I'm speaking, so I'm hopeful I won't need to impose on your forbearance too much. My name's David McPherson. I was a resident of Rotorua County when it amalgamated with the city to become Rotorua District. After amalgamation, voting was based on geographic wards, as Councillor Maxwell will remember, and if my memory serves me correctly, he represented the Eastern Ward at that time. The current proposal, though, is for ethnic-based wards rather than geographic-based ones, which I find disappointing. Maori people appear to be doing far better with the current system than mere proportional representation will achieve for them, and having ethnic wards is likely to create resentment by some voters at their reduced choice, and I think also result in fewer Maori councillors than we have now. However, that position is now behind us, and the current issue is to make the new ward system work democratically. There are three main points to my submission. Firstly, that the number of councillors should be increased to 18. Secondly, equality of franchise is important for democracy and for trust and confidence in our voting system. And thirdly, it's possible for our community board system to work even better for people in the lakes and rural board areas. I'm a strong believer in government by the people, for the people, and that means devolving power to the lowest possible levels. Community boards are an excellent example of this, and they should be supported as much as possible. The Southland District Council, while obviously not having legal authority to devolve financial authority to its boards, it had a policy of never overruling their decisions. If a board wanted additional local works above what would be allocated to them under the district policy, the council would approve them, subject to those costs being met by a local rate in that board area. It meant that any wish lists from a board would be tempered by the reality of local acceptance of the benefits that arose from them. I strongly support the retention of our community boards with increased autonomy. In my written submission, I suggested having another 2 or 3 members on each board so that they could better understand the aspirations of their local communities. Moving now to the primary issues, it's notable that the wording in the council advertisement in the Daily Post inviting submissions on its proposal referred to, quote, fair and effective representation, unquote, rather than democratic and effective representation. Fairness, of course, is a very subjective concept. As a council chief executive once said when he was referring to submissions on a rating review, most ratepayers believe that a fair rating system is one where my rates go down and yours go up. I'm concerned that this type of thinking may have had a little too much input into the representation system that the council's proposed, rather than a system seeking equality of franchise. And it's disappointing that the council appears to have given minimal consideration to increasing the number of councillors. In the past, ratepayers have generally supported having fewer councillors because of a perceived cost saving. But that reasoning no longer holds, because the beauty of the current regulations is that councillor costs are now drawn from a fixed pot, and so costs remain the same in total regardless of councillor numbers. Also in the past, councils have argued for fewer numbers on the grounds of efficiency of decision making. And the flaw in that argument, of course, is that the most efficient form of government is dictatorship. That is, government by only one person, and discussion, and this eliminates the time taken by reasoning and consideration of alternative views. And of course, on the converse, democracy is far less efficient for the opposite reasons. But the great advantage of democracy is that it results in better decisions because the people who are most affected by the outcomes are more involved in achieving them. The current number of 10 councillors means there's very little diversity in our representation. Speaking as an outsider whose main view of the council comes from information in the Daily Post, it appears that there's only about no more than 3 thought leaders on this body. If we had a greater number of councillors, we could have a greater variety of views being presented, and then the better ones, of course, would be developed to give a higher quality of decision making. This is much more difficult to achieve with our limited representation. This review is the golden opportunity to bring a greater variety of views to the decision-making table by having an increased number of councillors with the associated diverse life experience and a close affinity with the community that you all represent. My experience when I lived in Southland District was of a council that tried to achieve consensus by working through issues, regardless of any factions within the council that may or may not have existed at the start of any discussion on any given topic. And as an aside, it was also notable that a losing candidate in mayoral races generally became the deputy mayor, and that's something that helped create mutual respect for all councillors. In my written submission, I recommended that your original option 1, that's 10 councillors with 7 from the General Ward and 3 from the Maori Ward, be adopted with modification to include 18 councillors. And my reasoning for coming up with a figure of 18, rather than say 15 or 16, is that it's the perfect number for a 72-28 ratio. As to say, a 13-5 split of representation between the 2 wards is almost exactly 72-28. And that means that this number would provide the greatest quality of franchise for all electors. 13 councillors for 55,600 residents in the General Ward means 4,277 residents per councillor, while 5 councillors for 21,700 residents in the Maori Ward means 4,340 residents per councillor. The deviation from the mean of 4,294 residents per councillor is well under 1% in each case. By contrast, the council's proposed option is so far from an even split that any appeal to the Local Government Commission would almost certainly succeed. It's noteworthy that it only takes one objection to the Commission for it to take the decision-making out of the Council's hands, and its past record indicates that equality of franchise is its primary focus. The onus is therefore on the Council to come up with an improved model, one which reflects the aspirations of the Rotorua community and which will also survive any examination by the Commission. Well, thank you very much for listening to me. I trust that you'll take up the 2 main points that I've proposed. More councillors for a better and more diverse representation, and also to achieve a more democratic split between the 2 wards. This is something which will better enable us to achieve a sustainable result rather than one that may be imposed on us from an outside body. I'm happy to take any questions, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr McPherson. I do have a question that I'd like to put to you, and it's in regard to your suggestion of a number of councillors should be increased to 18 to allow for more meaningful diversity. And I'm not quite sure what you mean by diversity. Are you talking about diversity of background, diversity of ages, diversity of experience? Right now on council we have 2 people of Chinese background, 1 of Indian background, 4 Maori and 3 Pākehā. So I'm not quite sure what you mean for more diversity.
I'm not talking about diversity of ethnic origin, I'm talking about diversity of thought.
I see. Yes, we do have some young councillors who certainly do bring that diversity of thought. Thank you. Councillors, any further questions? Thank you very much, Mr McPherson. Thank you for presenting today.
You're welcome.
Oh, yes.
Spitting everywhere.
Oh, no, we've done this for health and safety.
You know, he was just having a...
I hope you'll better soon.
Oh, gee.
Poor thing.
Two.
Oh, Mark. So you can take your mask. I'll introduce you first and then I will welcome you and you can start.
Yeah, so when can I start?
Yes.
Thank you. And our next submitter is Mark Gould, submission on page 78.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mark. It's nice to see you back here. As a former councillor, you know the drill, but it is nice to see you again. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak on parts of my submission on page 78. It's a little bit different, but I have emailed it through to the governance team.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, your worship and councillors. Thank you for allowing verbal submissions to my written submission on the number of councillors in the next election due October 2022. My verbal submission today is to add to the submitted submission via the RLC website. The issues in the website was only approximately 250 letters per question. Could be used, and confusion over the preferred ward system. This is where people like myself wanted to add to the submitted submission. My personal opinion is that the system of one mayor and 10 councillors at large, one of the reasons is if there are Maori iwi wards, then you as councillors are dividing the population of Rotorua. At present, we are one people. I refer to the press article by the Justice Minister, the Honourable Chris Faofoi. He states that the impact on Maori voters in the local body elections is a clear example of Maori election opinion failing to provide for the meaningful choice of role. The opinion allows Maori voters to switch between general and Maori wards only after each 5 yearly census, but it is under review as part of the targeted electoral changes to support participation in the 2023 general election. Quote is taken from the Otago Daily Times, Friday the 15th of October 2021, which I've submitted with a part of this application. Rotorua has an iwi population of between 25 and 35%, I believe 34% at present. Iwi are well represented by this council as elected in the 2018 election on RLC. Another reason is the population of voters in the Rotorua area want to vote for up to 10 councillors and one mayor. If your preferred proposal is to have 4 councillors at large, 1 mayor, 2 Maori councillors and 4 elected councillors in the ward system, highest polling candidates elected, then you'll need to consider the 4 councillors in north, south, east and west areas with provision of moving the area to cover the farming sectors and the lakes community sectors by reducing the urban areas. This would allow more representation in the farming and lakes area. 3 of the last 4 mayors have been farmers. Councillors are elected by the people of Rotorua to make the decisions for all the residents of the Rotorua area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I'll just ask if there are any questions.
I'm a Mr.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I'm so sorry. Force of habit. How you? There you are. Did you have a question, Your Worship?
Mark, Mr. Gould. Just that question, I didn't get you about the mayor being a rural person. What was the point of that?
The point was just showing that different people are elected to be mayors, and Rotorua is very fortunate. In the last 4 mayors, including yourself, 3 of them have been farmers. John Kenny, Graham Hall and Kevin Winters.
So are you asking for a rural ward?
The north, south, east and west, if you reduce the urban area away from those city people to vote, then you've got a greater chance of having a farmer elected to represent either north, south, east or west, with giving the provision of the community, Lakes community in different areas the same opportunity, like Hamarana, like Lake Te Arawa, like Lake Okereke. So what I'm just trying to say is that if you go after the ward system, then you somehow need to enhance the farming sectors and the Lakes community sectors as they pay quite a proportion of the council rates.
No further questions? Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Gould, for coming along. Mr. Thank you.
I'll take a seat here and then I'll introduce you and the chair will welcome you. Okay, thank you. And I've turned your microphone on so you're ready to go. Thank you. Our next submitter is Alan Escort and submission is on page 84.
Good afternoon, Mr. Escort. Thank you for coming along today and speaking to your submission. Welcome.
Thank you. I do not support the Council's proposed representation arrangements. I am an engineer by profession and have been a resident in Rotorua since 1968. I served 2 terms with the County Council, 1972 to 77, and some time with what is now the Regional Council. Our children attended Rotorua Primary School, then Rotorua Lakes High School, and we became involved in community affairs within the predominantly Maori population. I served on committees for many years, the primary school, sports club, and other district activities. I am very disappointed that this Rotorua District Council has introduced race-based segregation into this multicultural community. It will have adverse effects on our future, as it will harden people's attitudes about perceived differences and entitlements. The proposal that the Council has put up for the next election is totally unacceptable. It is already causing concern, which will lead to dissension and grievances that do not exist at this time. The only practical, least objectionable option is a Maori ward of 3 seats and a general ward of 7 seats and a mayor. This will give every person qualified to vote virtually the same voting power, which is the fundamental basis of a democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Escort? Yes, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Alan. I'm interested, given your history on the former Regional Council, I guess it was Environment Bay of Plenty back in those days. They were the first council, my understanding, to introduce dedicated Maori constituencies. Have you observed a hardening of attitudes since that's taken place, given your community involvement?
I can't say I have. but that's primarily because I haven't taken much interest in the last 20 years.
Councillor Wang and then Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Alan, for your submission, and really appreciate you coming here today to talk to us. My question is regarding your submission, question 10 on the community boards. You have stated here the chair should be 1 for elected members. Could you please clarify on your views on the community boards and the makeup?
My observation over the years has been that it's a very satisfactory arrangement.
Thank you. Councillor Maxwell.
Kia ora, Alan. Good to see you. One is the question I want to ask is the focus that you've had on the 3 Maori and the 7 other. And you're saying how some people will be unhappy. Have you given any thought to many of the Maori that are on the general roll who will not get a chance to vote on the Maori ward at all, and how unhappy they would be or feel unfair?
My suspicion is that they'll be happy to vote in the same way that they have in the past.
Thank you. Your Worship.
Just interested that you think this is based on race and wards, not our thinking at all, based on partnership actually. And I wonder your view since we've brought in Tatau or Te Arawa. Has the sky fallen in?
No, the sky hasn't fallen in, but I don't think that arrangement would have had any impact on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Escort, for coming in today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll get ready and I'll turn it on.
Kia ora, Trevor.
Thank you. I'd just like to welcome Don Patterson, and Mr. Patterson's submission is on page 80.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mr. Patterson, and welcome. Thank you. Welcome this afternoon, and thank you for coming along and speaking to your submission.
E tika ana te kōrero I o tātou tipuna. Waiho I te ti toipoto, kaua I te toera. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Madam Chair, Your Worship the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Councillors, representatives of Te Tatau o Te Arawa, Community Board representatives and Council staff. Thank you for the opportunity to be a part of democracy in action today. In my written submission, I stated my opposition to the proposed 2022 representation model, which was chosen at the 28th of July workshop. Neither option 1 nor option 2 were included in the consultation. In the days that followed, it dawned on me that there was one vital element missing from any documents that I tried to find. How will this impact on our people and our way of life? I am passionate about Rotorua and a proud Kiwi and a person of this land. My whakapapa on my mother's side extends back over 100 years to when my great uncle and his family moved to Rotorua from Scotland at the end of World War I, where Jock McClooney got a job in Kaingaroa Mill. Then my grandfather, Jack Bryce, moved from Australia in the 1920s and became a forest ranger at Martelly Forest. On my father's side, and this is according to stories handed down to me from my auntie, our earliest ancestor was a clipper ship captain, Captain Pennycook, who brought passengers from the UK to Aotearoa and returned with cargo. After many journeys, he settled in Dunedin in the 1880s. My mother met my father when he was driving trucks in Kaingaroa Forest and returning from the war. I was raised between Auaho and Waititi streams in one of the oldest homesteads on that side of Rotorua. Ours was a blended whānau, with 3 kids from another family, Diane, Pat and Charlie, who were Māori, together with my 3 older brothers and an older sister. A family of 9 on a truck driver's wages, supplemented by what cleaning jobs my mother could get, not really privileged by any measure. Our circle of friends included the Tuhakarainas, the Simpkins and the Maxwells. This tefa that I'm wearing was carved by Councillor Maxwell's brother Doug for my 21st birthday and is my most cherished possession. I have fond memories of Te Arawa Flavel, we knew him as simply as Jimmy, singing and playing guitar with our whānau on many an occasion. I went to Nongataha Primary, Kaitau Intermediate and Western Heights High School. It was at Kaitau I had the privilege to play the lead in our kapahaka group's play called Kahukura and the Fairies. No, I wasn't a fairy, even though some people might suggest that. At the Civic Theatre, which was part of a big inter-school performing arts festival. I think that would have been mid-70s. And at the conclusion of that year, I won the award for Best Boy in Māori at the end of Form 2. And the point of this, you're probably wondering, why are you telling me all this? We never viewed people around us as anything but people. Not Māori or non-Māori, people. My grandfather and grandfather, these gentlemen that you can see on the front of this desk, and the tens of thousands of others who fought to preserve our way of life and the right for all of us to be treated as equal. If you must be judged, they would say, be judged by your deeds, not the colour of your skin. During the Hei Puapua debate a few months ago, I heard an inspirational caller on Talkback, yes, I had to listen to that, whose words will stick with me for the rest of my life. He was an older chap by the name of Henry, I believe. These were his words. First, I am a human. Second, I am a New Zealander. Third, I am a Māori. We are people, first and foremost. I am here today to not only voice my deep concerns for where this recommendation will lead us, but also to stand for those who can no longer speak for themselves. Our fathers and grandfathers who fought for our freedom, so we have the right to be here in this room today. They cherished the right to vote and be elected on your merits. One person, one vote. In closing, I return to the words of my whakatauki. Waiho I te toipoto. Let us join together. Kaua I te toira, and not fall apart. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Patterson. There might be some questions. Thank you very much for coming along this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Well, thank you. Look, councillors, thank you. We've just had notification that our last committer is but said that most of his, we've got his, now that is, excuse me, it's Mr. Robert Lee, and we've got his submission, and also that points off to as well. No, there was just, I just do want to thank you very much to the staff. I know it's been quite a bit of a palaver going downstairs and upstairs and making sure, but I mean, you know, wiping down the tables and benches and that sort of thing. So thank you very much for that. It's been, I can see that we've had to, modify things and accommodate, but thank you so much for that. I just, now, perhaps for about next Thursday, if you could just give us this Thursday, just give us a little bit of a rundown on thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to remind everybody, we do have a forum following these hearings, which is scheduled for this Thursday. So that's an opportunity for you all to come together and for us to consider and test, I suppose, some of the comments, alternative options that have come forward through today, and also to help cover off questions that have also been arrived at today. From that forum, we will be looking to get final guidance from you in terms of the development of a final proposal and getting guidance from yourselves on anything that you wish to test or consider based upon the feedback, the submissions that you've heard and the submissions that you've written. So that's just a short outline for Thursday and the next step in this process.
Thank you, Una. I don't think we've heard a lot today. I mean, some things have really astounded me, I have to say, but we won't talk about that now. But I would like to, Your Worship, if there's anything you'd like to just add. I mean, we've heard some things today that I thought, my goodness, where have people been for years? But the fact is, it is what it is. Please, have we turned anything off? We might not. Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to.
For the opportunity.
You might want to say a few things.
And thank you, councillors, for sitting through a very long day. Can I tell you all, it's nothing like what we experienced actually with the Te Arawa Partnership Model submissions. Nothing like it. So are we moving as a community? Some are. And that was encouraging. Others need to be given the right information and the right facts on which to make their decision. I've picked a lot out of this today. Quite a diverse group actually came with submissions. I think it's been very fairly chaired, fairly and squarely. I do appreciate too that submitters who sit around this table, your decision that it was quite right, that they could not ask questions of submitters. You can't do both. We're all being very clean in the way that we act as elected representatives. So a lot of thought will have to go in before Thursday. Thank you, Una. I do think that receiving so many submissions and so many wanting to come is a sign that the community is interested in what sort of council we're looking at going forward, and it has to be based on the principles of equity and fairness.
Yes.
So I look forward to our sort of consideration and deliberation on Thursday. Thank you, Una, Jeff, and all of the staff. Thanks for feeding us to keep our humour up, and look forward to Thursday. I have to say that today has made me very sad. I thought we'd moved from the Te Arawa Partnership. I thought we'd moved and grown in depth and understanding about our community and the sort of shape of the place that we really believe in shaping. But we'll make sense of it, and with your guidance, I think we'll make fair sense of it, and I look forward to our deliberation together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Donaldson, did you want to?
Just a question, if I may, through you, Madam Chair, to
and in that time, anyone who has submitted and then feels that they haven't been heard or still do not support the model or decisions that council have been made, they can lodge an objection or an appeal. So the closing date for that is the 19th of December, and at that point in time, appeals, the proposal and all of the background supporting information, all of the workings that you have undertaken as a council to reach your decision will then be in the hands of the Local Government Commission, and they will then undertake a process where they will run some hearings. That's likely to happen in February. They'll go through a similar process like you've just been through today. They will listen to those that have objected in making an appeal, and council itself will make a submission at that time as well, and talk to their proposal and the positioning and the rationale for that proposal. Following all of that, And if that process continues, the Local Government Commission would then make a final ruling, and that is expected by April next year. In time, that then there is a window where we can go into some awareness within the community about what the model is for the upcoming elections, and we can do some public awareness around how people will vote in the October elections.
Yes, you have a question, Councillor Yates.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Now, I'm just wondering, because it's been raised in so many questions today around the 28% voting population, if that is a council miscommunication, then I'm just asking if council can correct that. However, if it is out there in the community and it is not a council communication, then we need to be very clear that that is clearly misinformation. It also comes up in a number of written submissions we're receiving.
Through you, Madam Chair, I will go back and check the proposal.